Hello everybody, welcome back to Wappleville. This is going to be an unusual start time here, no doubt about it. This has been an unusual day, but we have ourselves, actually, gee whiz, I think I might have painted a mermaid once. Certainly not a 75 mil. This is from a Loot Studios right here. Actually, I'm going to move these brushes over here so then that way maybe the logo is a little bit more visible. Yeah, let's do that. See, there you can see. Loot Studios, look at that. The As far as the skin tone here is maybe more of a regular skin tone, but then getting into some turquoise and some blues and other such things. Sandy color here, some kind of rock color there. I'm just going to get down into this now. I just have my palette. There's a bunch of colors on here from the last video that I just finished filming. Yeah, it's kind of been a backwards sort of day, but we're just going to get in here and start applying some indigo. Then we're going to maybe get into some maybe a little bit of Van Dyke Brown, a little bit of the asphaltum too, perhaps. Just a touch of that asphaltum, especially over here where we got the treasure chest. Just gonna start slamming them. So hey, Nixo, how you doing? Sorry, Crazy Wolf. Yeah, basically today didn't go so well, so everything everything got a little bit messed up. So sorry, Crazy Wolf, that I couldn't start earlier. Uh, well, basically, things have reached the point where I don't know what's going to happen minute by minute. So I wish I could tell you that maybe I might be streaming Tuesday night or something like that. I may just try and stream later tonight. I, again, don't know what's going to happen here. Hey, M. Tellez, how you doing? Nixel, I tried to send you a message by uh, Twitch here, and I just couldn't find you. And I tried doing the Discord thing to send you a message there, and I couldn't find you there either. I don't know if you do Instagram at all. If you could maybe shoot me a message there or something like that, I could try and fill you in on everything that's going on. Hey, Maiden. Yeah. Hey, Vic. Nice to see you. Yeah, so this is from Loot Studios right here. Loot Studios. I'm not going to go too crazy with the thinner on this. So M. Tilly's nice to see you. M. Tilly's Armored Wolf. Well, again, he's not here. He's actually haven't heard from him in days now. He's got that show going on, and that kind of absorbs an awful lot of his time there. So yeah, Nixel, sorry. I tried. It's like, wait, what the heck is going on? Why is this not showing up? So it was really weird. I couldn't figure out what the heck was going on. Maybe I was doing something wrong. Well, maybe I should bring out this. So, this is the latest Dark Sword video. So if you're wondering why there's all that purple on the palette, I did not have time to change it, and I thought maybe we could use some of that on here just for funsies. Uh, Mikshaz, how are you doing, Mikshaz? I hope I pronounced that correctly. If I hope I did. So welcome in. How are you doing? Now, but gee whiz, Nick, so well, I think you missed a few things. I don't think you had a chance to see this. That might be going up on the YouTube channel pretty soon. And of course, well, gee whiz, how can we forget this? So we painted this one on Saturday. Yeah, we painted this up on Saturday. This was about a 5, 6 hour-ish, something like that. That's from Lethal Shadows Gaming right there. I knew there was something I was forgetting. Now, look at it. Speak of the devil, it's Lethal Shadows Gaming. So yes, that's we just painted this one up on Saturday. So go check that out. So yeah, Nixel, if you could just shoot me a message maybe, because there's been a lot going on. As you can see, that's still happening there. So yeah, just it hasn't quite gone the way we would want it to, for sure. So Nixel, because of the current situation, I basically haven't started streaming until after midnight my time. And then tonight was an even more crazy situation. So basically, I had hoped to maybe start at midnight, and then there was no way that was gonna happen. So thanks, Nixel. I see a message from you now. It just popped up over because I have my Streamlabs open, right, to see if I can raid somebody or whatever. So I see your message there, Nick. So thanks for doing that. Appreciate it. So yeah, we're just gonna do what we can here. Now I am gonna wipe some of this away first though, because I want to try and get some of the brighter colors in here. And after the pre-glaze, well, this stuff right here, I don't want to dim down some of the brighter colors that are about to come onto here. All right, this again, that's just the indigo over there. We'll try and get some phthalo green on the skin. We'll try and get some, maybe some of the Egyptian violet too, if we can. Should be okay. All right, here. Why don't we? I'm thinking, do I do the Terra Rosa now? Do we wait? We'll wait on the Terra Rosa. I'm gonna use this. No, I might use something. I'll use this over here. Yeah, Nixel, that's definitely it's been pushing it. Well, this it's been kind of going on for over a month now, but it's kind of we're at sort of next level right now. So why don't we? Oh, what the heck? Let's do the turquoise here, cause reasons, right? Cause of reasons. So thanks, Nixel, for sending the message there, cause I was like, why the heck is It was weird. It was very weird. All right, what is the blue gonna? Is the blue gonna go up this way, or is the? Oh, no, no, no. I think the violet may be down here. Maybe the blue comes up this way, and we try and combo that into the skin tone. No, maybe I'll let the violet get up there. So that means we need to actually let some of the blue work its way up there. Okay, well, we'll get this figured out. Like I said, haven't really done much with in the way of mermaids, so we're all gonna learn together here. So yeah, there's a lot of purple from this thing. I was like, wait a minute, I haven't put the purple on here yet, but there was lots of purple on here. The idea was not just multiple light sources, but also two different temperatures of purple. One's more magenta, one is more of a, well, purple. Yeah, Vic. Obviously, there's been some friends of ours that this has really been great for them because they can finally see the streams at, gosh, would you just say more of a like a regular time, right? Instead of having to be, well, awake at 2 o'clock in the morning. No, 2:57 here. So basically, my goal here is I'm gonna be streaming probably till about 7 or 7:30 my time because I need to help Kathy with her stuff at around that time. Unless I get some messages in the chat, and then we might have to head out sooner than that. So this is going to be literally an overnighter here. So thanks for folks for joining me in the overnight hours. Now that okay, there's our turquoise and blue. See if I can do the violet up here, and we don't need a whole bunch of it because, well, Egyptian violet, right? So I'm just going to grab this thing. Egyptian violet. Oh, and we did find out. Okay. Oh, wait a minute, let me grab this. So I was using the Green Stuff World, the homemade fluorescent mix, right? But that obviously has no staining power, so I had to combo that with the Egyptian violet to get any sort of a staining power to it. So we'll do I guess the same here. And if it doesn't work out, we can change it. I don't know, mistakes with the oils. There's just makeup sponges, or you or you 3D print it again. But makeup sponge is probably the way to go. Probably the way to go. And again, this is from Loot Studios. You couldn't tell you which release this was. If I had to guess, I would say something like March or April. Maybe March. Maybe March. That's working out okay. Actually, I'm kind of glad I did that selection there. Ooh, that was probably too much thinner, so no big deal. No biggie. We'll get back here with some more of our Egyptian violet. Let that work its way up on the skin. Maybe also get some of the green and turquoise in there. That's going to be more of a gold, I would say. Yeah, haven't figured out what we want to necessarily do on the hair per se, but we'll figure out something. We'll figure out something here. Yeah, Vic, that was something that I wanted to do. Now, of course, I would have loved to use the. Who knows? Maybe we'll still use them. We might. It doesn't always show up so well on camera, but the interference colors, who knows? Maybe I'll throw them on there. Of course, again, I could always print this out again. True, and hit try it with the interference colors. What do we want to do? You know what? I will grab a little bit of that asphaltum. And let's just do this here. Lethal Shadows, nice to see it too. And of course, Lethal Shadows is a printing service. And thanks. Oh, geez, thanks, Nixel. Thanks so much. That's definitely going to be needed. And well, like I said, I'll shoot you a message on why. And that was needed too. So thank you so much for that too. Thanks, Nixel. Appreciate that. Nixel. Enough about me. I've been yapping about me for 20 minutes now. Well, 11 minutes. Hopefully, things are a little bit less crazy for. I know that work things were actually not going so bad, right? Work was kind of okay again after kind of being a bummer for a while. So hopefully work is going good. Let's see. Oh, yeah, boy, Nixel, well, you would know better than me exactly when there was a point, and I'm not thinking 10 years ago or even, it wasn't all that long ago, that the Canadian and US dollars were darn near paired up, right? I mean, it's never been exactly the same, but I could swear 4.5, 5, 6 years ago, weren't they darn near equal? Hey, Bithron. Yeah, Nixel, and of course, you know, one of the weird side lights of what's been going on here is that we kind of get to see in some other ways how things are all haywire. So yeah, it's won't get disagreement here on that, right, Nixel? Won't get any disagreement there. So Bithron, the tanks have been looking great, and of course, vehicle recognition flags are always a good thing. I like them. I always liked those. All right, now let's. I don't want to do Little Mermaid here. We ain't doing that. We are not doing Little Mermaid here. So I'm going to try to get more into the gold-ish type here. Maybe there'll be some differences here. Maybe some differences. I don't know. And it looks like we got Drax in the house. Drax, how the heck are you doing? Thanks so much for the raid. Oh, you were actually worth. See, I thought so, Bitron. Yeah, now it was about what 10 cents more maybe, something like that at one time. So hey, Commander Mittens, how you doing? So everybody, please give Drax a follow. So Drax, are you still working on the vampire counts? Because I know, well, I mean, are they really vampire? I guess they are. They're still vampire counts.
Hello, little hobbit. Spark my
Thank you so much, Papa Jarbinks. Hello, little hobbits. Hey, where's that Balrog? He's like, oh, you mean this one? So Drax, check this out. This is what we painted Saturday. There you go. That's a little different Balrog right there. He's like, if you ever find that whip, could be into that. And well, it's everything is on the open range. It's on the open range now because we got free range miniatures with the raid. Hey Armin, how you doing? So thanks, free range miniatures. Nice to see you again. This is not actually the miniature we're painting right now. I did this one on Saturday. We were just getting started on the next one here. We were just getting underway. We just got a raid from Drax, and again, everybody, please give Drax a follow. Steffi, how you doing? And everybody, of course, Free Range Miniatures, give them a follow as well. And hey, Maiden, nice to see you back. I hope that you're doing well. So we're painting with oils. Painting with oils. This is actually from Lethal Shadows Gaming. So what we're doing right now is something we call the pre-glaze. It's where we throw a bunch of darker colors on there. We take these makeup sponges and we wipe them away. Here you can see a little example of this here. So see how we're kind of wiping away some of the color, but you see how some of it remains behind, like that. We did the same thing here. We did the same sort of pre-glaze. It looked like a hideous mess, just like this. But once we started to add those lighter colors, some of the mid-tones, and some more precision, oh, it starts to take shape. And that's what we're looking to have here. So free range, thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. I mean, here's again another example of, this has some more object source lighting on it. Right there, we love our object source lighting, of course. And well, we like freehand. We love freehand, actually. We did a whole squad of these guys up on stream. Streaking Sheep, how are you doing? Nice to see you too.
So say we all.
Thank you so much, Ebikar. Appreciate that. We're gonna into there. We go. Boom. Drops right down there. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Let's see. I'll have for 2 seconds. Yeah. There's. Oh, here we go. Back to our sponges again. So you see, it's not wiping everything away. There's a healthy amount that gets wiped away, but some of it remains behind. So Drax, I hope that you're doing okay. Oh, hey, Chrysalids. Chrysalids, how are you doing? And thank you so much for that. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's we are now. Let's see, it's 6:14. Yeah, we're about. Well, technically, we're actually a month and a half into the issue here. Technically, even longer than that. But the worst part of the issue, we're about 6 weeks into it now, or more. No, technically, yeah, almost like 8 weeks now. But 6 weeks into the really not so fun stuff, and we appreciate everybody that's helped this bar right here. Let me see. So, well, thanks, Free Range. Appreciate that raid as always. And everybody, please again give Free Range Miniatures that follow. Now, where we got, here it is. We'll just grab some of this again. This is the Indian Yellow, a little bit of our asphaltum here. We'll probably do a little bit of a change on the hair for sure. We might even do something a little bit different for the tiara crown, wherever that is. Let me see. So yeah, there's definitely a lot of crazy temperature stuff going on. And so Drax, now it's not, you don't also have the wildfire thing going on, do you? So yeah, we were talking with some of our Canadian friends about how the dollar and the Canadian dollar had been darn near equal, if not a little bit in favor of the Canadian side, and that's changed a little bit. Here, let's darken this up just a bit more. Then we got to leave that in place. Leave it in place. Then I'm going to look around and see if there's other areas that I have not done the paint with. So we have done that here. We've done that here. Now let's grab some of our filbert brushes here and start bringing in some lighter colors. Brilliant yellow pale. Now the idea is here, all of this paint is still wet. All that paint is still wet there. So whatever I do on top of that is going to mix. So instead of a zenithal prime, think of this as more like an active zenithal. And basically, it was just primer like this a few minutes ago. Just a few minutes ago. And wait, white squirrel. White squirrel, it's the color itself. There's only about, oh gosh, maybe a dozen staining colors or so, and that's what's on here. Indigo, even Terra Rosa, Van Dyke Brown, Phthalo Green, Egyptian Violet, a little Perlene Black down here, and then Indian Yellow. Those are staining colors, as we call them. Other colors are not, so it doesn't matter. The thinner doesn't matter, because with oils, you can thin the paint, you cannot dilute it. and that was actually something we were doing here. The lightest lights on here were actually a pin line wash. Seriously, they're almost 95% thinner. So if it's an opaque color, it's going to just, if it's staining, it's staining, which is really cool. Hey, Neshland. So Neshland, is this the March release or is this the April release? I couldn't remember. I have a feeling it might have been the March release. I could be wrong. But here, you see that darker color that's getting on the brush? That is a sign that we have wet paint on here and that it is mixing. And we can still come back in there with some turquoise and other stuff like here, right? Where you've got that. I think even on the hands I might try to get a little bit of the turquoise in there. Here, let's get this on the face. And a little bit more over here. And you can see that darker color on the end of the brush there. It's all mixing together. That is what's so much fun about the oils. You get all this free, literally free mixing, free blending, stuff that you don't have to do. Now grab another one of these and let's start to hit some of either the sand or the rocks. And I'll grab this, some of my violet here. Oh, hey Bina, how you doing? And Golgarin, nice to see you too. Nixel, I don't have a Discord. There is a, oh gosh, Grim setup. I think it's called the Miniature Painting Guild or something like that. Or Miniature Artist Guild. I think it's called the Miniature Painting Guild, maybe. I'm not sure. I don't get to do much there. There is one channel in there that's called Wappleville. When I can, I try to post things there. All right, so there's our, just a little bit. Look at all that dark color that's gotten on there. Oh, thanks, Bithron. Bina, I just started 20 minutes ago. Yeah, about 20 minutes ago. Don't you think? Yeah, somewhere about 20 minutes ago. It's been another one of those kind of days here. So pretty much everything went haywire today. So that's why we have a weird start time. Now again, this is the video. Actually, I was filming this tonight because I didn't get to film Sunday night because Sunday night was crazy. Here's our Saruman. This was the old classic one, about 20 years old-ish on this figure, thereabouts. So thanks, Bithron, appreciate that. And of course, again, here is that Lethal Shadows gaming miniature. And again, you can see how this starts to take form just like this did. Initially, the skin was completely dark, just like this. It was almost that color right there. And then you can see how it was lightened up. The snake hair was turned into more of a greenish color, and then of course all of the object source lighting that was brought in there too. Now down here I'm trying to get something that's got a little bit more of a tan-ish color to it, but you can see we're doing that same sort of dry brushy thing. Oils, less is more, and more is way too much. And by way too much, I mean it's too much. You need less paint. Also, too, everybody please give Drax the follow because Drax also works with the oil paints. And also, too, free range. If you wanted to post any pictures of what you've been working on, I know you just finished your stream. You don't have pictures right now, but I know you got some work in progresses. Well, speaking of Discord, if you got a Discord or Insta or anything like that you want to share in the chat, look at that. See all that Indian yellow? This is a staining color right here. Indian yellow. Most definitely, because you can see I'm wiping this away, and yet you still see paint there, right? Abzan, nice to see you. Oh, Abzan, I'm glad that you've been able to get into the oils, and I hope that they've been very fun and relaxing. And of course, as always, I always remind folks, simple colors maybe on your first one, right? Not too many colors, and something with larger surfaces like this. Open surfaces so you can fool around with some of the blending there and such. Let's see. Well, Nixel, Megan's been working really hard on. We always call them Fry Slayer dwarves here, but Fire Slayer dwarves. She's been working really hard on those. I think she just finished one of the big guys, and then she just finished a couple of units of infantry. Um, I don't know. Does she have the? I don't think she even has the oil paints right now. I think Queez does. I don't know if she does. I'm not quite sure. But I think she doesn't want to mess with those until she finishes off that big dwarf project. Oh, hey, Nosferatu. Let's see. Actually, Lethal Shadows, I haven't been outside. So, yeah, I'd have to. Let's see. Oh, I haven't been keeping up on photos. So, Lethal Shadows, Today was basically. I didn't. Yeah, I haven't been able to look at out. No, I actually did walk to the store. So, no, there was no. As of about 4 o'clock this afternoon or 5 or something like that, there was no package outside today. So, well, maybe that's tomorrow. Maybe that's, well, today. Abzan, we actually tried it a few times and it does seem to work as a staining color. So here is that naphthol. This is in one of the videos right here. And we actually used it again here. And then, of course, you can see it here. Oh, gosh, where did she? Here she is. So Abzan, you can see, check out this one. This is actually on the YouTube channel right here. I used the naphthol red on that one.
Hello, little hobbit. Spark my ganja.
And thank you so much, Spider Revenant, for that follow. Hello, little hobbits. I spark my ganja. I know that when Balerion fell into the sea, did the elves just turn into mermaids? She's like, oh, so I'm an elf now, huh? Thank you so much for that follow. I appreciate that. Oh, okay. Thanks, Lethal Shadows. Well, of course, around here, you don't want any special guests helping themselves to your stuff, do you? Yeah, don't want that, do we? All right, now this is going to be in some ways a little bit like what we did with this Kieran here. We're going to try and get into some of the radiant colors now. I'm thinking radiant green might just do. Oh, with a little bit of the, yeah, a little bit of our phthalo green. Oh my goodness, that's going to be pretty intense there. Now let me just get some of that paint off of that brush again. Dry brush. We want that as dry as we can make it. There we are. And this should start to really change things here as soon as we start getting in some of these lighter colors now. And there's that phthalo green, little bit of the radiant green in there too. So Nosferatu, I'm guessing that the MDF terrain kind of soaked up a little bit of the pre-glaze probably. I could see that. Now, see how there's some of the purple left underneath there? We'll still go lighter than that, but I want to use some of the radiant turquoise. Now, let's get that down here maybe. Hey, Arta Bianca, how you doing? Now, so Arta Bianca, well, actually, Saruman was probably dry at about 6 hours or so. And this thing, we painted this on Saturday, and that is most definitely dry. Oh, that's completely dry right there. Arta Bianca, you're using so little paint that it's a whole different ball of wax. And of course, well, here's some of our 2D art, right? So here, let's, whoa. So this was pretty much dry by the next day as well, right? Because again, not using a lot of paint. And we also want to say thank you so much, AD Creations, for the raid. Thank you so much. So AD, I hope that things are going a little bit better with the hubby there. And everybody, please give AD Creations a follow. But AD, if you wanted to, once you kind of get settled in here, if you wanted to drop his channel for some follows, if you wanted to do that, I know that we were trying to get him some the other day. Well, on Saturday, I think. So if you wanted to do that, that would be great. So thanks everybody for the raids. I really appreciate that. I know this is a bizarro time. Now, of course, once upon a time, this is when I actually used to begin streaming on YouTube. I used to actually start at 2:30 in the morning my time. Today is just on many levels a very crazy situation. So we're kind of doing some different things here. Let's see. So yeah, the MDF definitely is it's pretty darn absorbent, isn't it, Nosferatu? And here, let's get a little bit more of that radiant green in there. We can still, again, do more. I'm going to try and get some of my Egyptian violet with some of the radiant violet in there, I think. We can do that too. Where's it? Ah, good. Speaking of radiant violet, there it is. And I might even mix it with the fluorescent purple. It's kicking in a little bit. Well, AD, I hope that, again, you can kind of get a little bit of relaxing there. And again, we want to pop your info in there and his so that we can try and spread the love and everything. That's cool. Uh, MTelly's also stream. Oh, gee, sorry, MTelly's. So, folks, please give MTelly's a follow as well, because MTelly's also does the streaming of the MetaZoos. Hey, Mikey, nice to see you too. There we go. So, yeah, Vic, when it comes to it's just less is more and more is way too much, and we're talking about way less, aren't we? Now I'm gonna actually get into the quick drive right over here. Might even bring that over here to the Terra Rosa, see what happens. Let's see. Yeah, Abzan, ooh, it really is amazing, isn't it? It really is, and uh, you get some brilliant yellow pale into it or whatever. It's just unbelievable what results from that, right? All right, Mikey. Well, I'm gonna be. It's only 3:22. I've got at least 4 hours more streaming to go here, so we might just be here when you get back, because we're only. Oh, by the way, this is a half an hour in. Yeah. Now Nosferatu, even the Williamsburg Van Dyke Brown, it needs to stay on there at least 5 minutes, 10 minutes, something like that, before you wipe it off, before you're really going to get any kind of staining into it. So it's just one of those things you'll just have to kind of leave it on there for a while, just to be able to get that staining. Now I will say this particular Loot Studios figure, boy, that the supports were kind of bonkers on this one. That I will say. All right, here's some of the brilliant yellow pale. You know what? I might even let a little bit of the green get in there. Oops, that might be too much. And again, basically a dry. You know what? I might see if I can zoom in for you just a bit more here. At least when we're gonna work on some of these type of areas here. Well, Bina, you'll have to let me know how the gambling stuff works. Dano seems to think it's fine. He's used that and he was pleased with the results. And Bina, if you could, well, post the links there for the folks in, well, at least in Germany and the EU in general, where maybe there's a source for them to get the gambling colors. That would be fantastic if you don't mind. Yeah, Absent the Egyptian violet and I mean, talk about two super staining colors, right? That's actually why I did those. I don't know if you saw the one video that I did where we basically were making our own staining colors and took the Indian yellow, mixed it with the phthalo green, and then took the Egyptian violet, mixed that with the Indian yellow. I think we even took Indian yellow, mixed it with perline black. That's right. Yeah, we did that too. All right, more with the here. And again, we'll probably put some more stuff in there. I think that might go more to like a jade sort of a look, I think. But, oh, uh, these probably more of a gold to that. So, and actually, what's funny is that initially, oh, thanks, Bina. So, Abzin, it was more like this. Oh, let's try this. Let's see what happens here. How's about Indian yellow combined with fluorescent purple? Wow, that's going to be interesting. So this will be a little pin line wash right here. That's going to be very interesting. Let's see what happens with this. Down in here. Maybe then a little bit of the Van Dyke brown too. Abukar, I know a few folks that have, they're not in the, I don't think they're in the chat right now. I don't know if they were super convinced on the old Holland stuff, but I'm pretty sure that a few folks have actually tried it. Thanks, Bina, for posting that link. And everybody, please give AD Creations a follow. Also, her husband there. We're just trying to lift his spirits a little bit there. That would be fantastic, because that's what's so great about Twitch, right? Is that we all try to help each other out. So if you could help out another Twitch streamer in need, that would be sensational. So Abzan, that's the Green Stuff World floral pigment there mixed with the linseed oil to create that. And this video, this would be the next one that goes up on the channel. What's today? The 14th, so probably the 16th is when that's going on. And everybody, please check out what AD Creations posted there. And of course, I realize that you didn't necessarily keep up with the pictures there, free range. It's not easy, right? It is not easy. But if you have any sort of work in progress at all of that and you wanted to post that, again, feel free. Now, I don't want this to get too much towards the red, so I'm going to head on over here to some of our asphaltum, which Drax introduced me to. And again, everybody, please give Drax a follow too. Drax did that first raid. It was very nice to do that. So Nixel, there's no iridescent paint on that. No iridescent paint on that. There is on this one. So this was done with the interference blues and the interference, yeah, a little bit of the interference violet and green on that. Now this, where did he go? He was just over here. He just is there. He is. This, I use the iridescent pearl white. This is one of my latest tutorial videos on the Patreon page. That we wanted to do some black and steel. So I basically took very dark colors, indigo, Van Dyke brown, mixed them with the iridescent pearl white, because essentially that's like a metal medium. That's essentially what it is. They have it in acrylics too, and that's where I first got the idea to do stuff like that, was with the metal medium. But these days I'm using the iridescent pearl white. And of course you can, now this is the expensive way to do it right here, or you could get iridescent pearl white powder, mix that with the linseed oil and create your own, just like the interference paints. All right, everybody, please check out Free Range. Free Range just posted an Insta link right there, so everybody, please go check that out. And again, Free Range, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate that. I know this is a weird time. Well, for me to be starting. It's not weird for me to still be streaming at 2, 3, 4 in the morning. But yeah, well, especially nowadays with the way things are. Oh, thanks, AD. Appreciate that. Yeah, so Nixel, it's something. Oh my gosh, I don't remember when it was. Maybe 2013, 2012, 2013. And then someone approached us at a game store and he said, "Hey, I've got this metal medium stuff. If I were to mix this with regular paint colors, would they be metallic? And I had no idea. And he actually, I think he gave me a jar, and I tried it. And sure enough, it could take regular colors and it could make those into metallics. Now, of course, they have to be darker colors. As soon as you mix an opaque light with it, your metal effect is gone. It is fini, dead, gone, done. All right, so here, see, we're gonna start to get some of this. Watch. We are just gonna take some of the paint out of this brush here, and we're just gonna use it more like a blendy brush. So we got this green right here and the skin tone. Instead of doing a bunch of glazes or whatever, what if I were to just take some of that green and just pull this out into the skin tone like this. And again, it's got to be a brush with no paint on it, like so. And we're just doing a little bit of stippling on there, not doing actual brush strokes, just doing a little bit of stippling. Here, let's do the other side here now. And then we can come back over this with some of our regular skin tone now. But it's one way to get some interesting little blends happening. Maybe get a little bit of that greenish color into here too. I mean, it's a mermaid after all, so probably would have some difference in the skin tones. So again, instead of mixing a whole bunch of colors, right, don't need to do that. Now, actually, Ebzen, it was, well, here, maybe I can do this. The regular texture of these is really weird. It can be sometimes very powdery and kind of weird. So even if it's weird after you've mixed it, it can just, like the stuff out of the tubes can be weird too. Yeah, Bina, oh, hey, Wombat Combat Prime, how you doing? And everybody, please give Wombat Combat Prime a follow too. So Wombat, I hope that you're doing well. And now, Wombat, did you just kind of get a starter set just to get yourself kind of underway there? All right, and what I'm going to try and do here is some kind of colors here for the steel on this. Same here. Another sword there. And then let's see if I can't get some of my lighter tones in here. There we go. That's the radiant turquoise down there. Remember, I can still do some pin line washes in there if I feel like it. Now, Abzan, oh, now wait a minute, somewhere, ooh, it's going to take me a while to find, where are the Mandalorians? Where did those go? Because those were also done with all of the metals. I think we've already passed those, I think. Where's my Mandalorians here? Because those were all done in the same way with the interference paint. Well, here we did these guys. They also had the interference paints, but these right here, all of those are all on the channel here. So you can watch previous episodes. They're basically saved just almost like a YouTube video. Now I haven't had a chance to organize everything just yet. Again, it's been a little too crazy for that. But you once I can finally get a chance to do that, I'll try and arrange these things where you can just go, oh, I want to see Lord of the Rings paintings, and you would just go to that particular category. Oh, that's cool, Wombat Combat. And like I say to everybody, pick something that's nice and simple, right? Nothing too complicated. Something that's got some simple shapes to it, and maybe even just use a few colors, right? Just use one light and one dark color, and just kind of stick with that. I think we're all caught up, right? So again, I'm sorry if I miss anything in the chat. Um, the camera boom is sort of blocking the chat from where I'm looking at it. So if you can always do like a highlight message thing or something like that to try and make it easier for me to see. You know what? I'm going to start to think about some lighter stuff up here just to get that situated. I'm just going to dive into some of the brilliant yellow pale, maybe a little bit of that Indian yellow. Love me the Indian yellow for sure. Oh, hey, J Wedge, nice to see you. So J Wedge, unfortunately, oh gosh, this was a couple of weeks ago, and there was something going on with the latest update that was killing people's microphones. And I basically, in the middle of the stream, had to ditch my microphone and plug in another one. And then when I plugged back the original one, for whatever reason, when I do those other scenes, it gets quieter. The reason why I didn't really mess with that is because I was supposed to, a month ago, rework this entire area. New microphone, new camera, new everything. And folks in the were very kind to donate a lot of the equipment and stuff to the channel here, or funds to get that. But that's when Kathy went into the hospital, so that's been on hold ever since. Because if I change the microphone on one scene, I have to change the microphone on hundreds of scenes. So that hasn't happened yet. So I do apologize for the change in the sound levels. There's nothing I can do about that until we basically get all the new stuff hooked in. Now we're going to try. There we go. Let's just trying to get some of our lighter stuff there. Yeah, so J-Wedge, basically, I wasn't expecting that, if I plugged the same microphone back in, it would do weird stuff. But for whatever reason, it's not, it doesn't act quite the same. It'll do that on new scenes, but it won't do it on the old scenes. And I don't know why. I have no idea why. But yeah, there was a week there where everybody's microphones did weird things, and that was the weird thing that happened here. So J-Wedge, I hope that you're doing good. Nice to well, of course, nice to see you again as always. Yeah, let me see if I can get some more green into that. Yeah, and maybe we'll start to lighten up there. Maybe we'll also get some light in the skin tone here. I'm probably or more of a nah. Go with the let's go with the phthalo green here. Let's see what happens with that, because that might actually be more interesting. I know maybe they want it to be more of a seashell kind of a thing, but let's just change this up here very quickly. But yeah, Ebzen, what's really fun is to take those, well, either the iridescent pearl white or the interference colors and mix those with regular oil colors. Usually, the darker ones work really well. So you can see here we're trying to also do a little bit more with the face there. Yeah, J-Wedge, the weird thing is it just was, and I had just used that same setup for filming just hours before. Then I went to stream and I said, what the heck is going on here? So yeah, it's weird, right, J-Wedge? Twitch is very twitchy. Okay. I think we've got our green in there now. See if I can maybe do a little bit of a quick pin line wash there to get some even darker perline black. Let's maybe use that. And let's really hit this with some actual thinner here. That's it there. Let's just get a little bit of the dark down in here too again. That's the perline black. Down in here. I know that I think Lethal Shadows didn't you have something weird happen with your mic too? But yeah, there's so many darn scenes. Now, of course, the new ones that I added, I don't think they do that. I don't think they do. Don't want to get into this yet. Not just yet. I'm going to see what I can do here. Skin tone wise. You know what? I'm actually still going to keep going with these. This is not the Fanchon red. That's actually the Naphtha red, because we haven't really gotten any of this into the skin tone yet. And you can see we're just kind of dry brushing that stuff in too, right? Yeah, Ebsen, I was really initially that was what I wanted to do here was to use the interference colors. Now, one one drawback to well any kind of metallic or interference color whatever is that on stream, well that it doesn't necessarily show up sometimes, or it just looks really weird. It has a lot of reflectivity to it. Well, of course, right? You would think it would, and that can be a little bit of a trouble thing for trying to stream or film. I know that one Space Marine, was it Iron Hand Space Marine, I guess? That was not easy. J Wedge, oh boy, wait a minute, wait a sec, where is he? Oh, here he is. Gollum is like, ooh, um, that'll, that could feed a Smeagol for a long time. Don't even think about it, dude. So there's a little bit of Gollum for you. Um, yeah, that's isn't that crazy, right? That you just it's almost impossible to get pictures of it. Now you could see we've been adding that little bit of naphtha red, but see it's a very much a dry brush here. We're just literally shoving that down into the crevices here, letting that mix with the turquoise color as well. This is where the oils save you the time because you don't have to do all that stuff. We don't. There's not a bunch. No, not a bunch of glazing or anything like that. We just get in here, and all we have to do is quite literally do a little bit of dry brush, and that's it. You can see she's got much more shading in the face, right? And we did the same thing here. It's very much the same thing. The face had almost nothing on it, and all of a sudden a couple of lights. Then we came in here with the reflected light, and that completely changed how the face looked on that. And that was our Saturday session. Thank you, Bitron, for doing the clip. Appreciate that. So yeah, Bitron, I'm just really glad you're able to get your hands on the vehicles. The camo pattern was looking really sensational. So you have to be really pleased about that. I'm just going to move the camera just a smidge here. If I can't, there we are. That's better. Yeah, I was in that fluorescent video that I was just telling you about that I just filmed a few hours ago. Now, I mentioned in that it can be a little bit of a learning curve with the application of the fluorescent paints. It takes a little while to kind of get your handle on controlling those things. See that the skin tone's starting to look a little bit different here, isn't it? There we are. More of our light skin right there. Oh yeah, now so are they the Firefly version, or are they just going to be the regular variety? More here. So Nixel, yeah, sorry that the stream times have been so weird. Most of the time, well, like today, I initially thought, man, I could almost maybe stream at my normal Monday time, and then it became very clear that there wasn't going to be any Monday stream, and then it sort of became a weird early Tuesday stream. Hey, Nasfer. Oh, hey, Steela, how you doing? Just a regular variety then. And everybody, please give Steeler Rebel a follow. So Steela, how the heck are you doing? Steela also streams the oil painting. And Stila can post some pictures of her stuff too, because again, Stila does some really nifty stuff. Let's see. Oh, thanks, Lethal Shadow. What are we? A half an hour? No, we're 55 minutes in. 55 minutes in, and this was just primer 55 minutes ago, and we've had what, 3 raids? I think we've had at least 3 raids. So see how we've kind of changed the shoulder there a little bit, a little bit less green in there. Terra Rosa is such a utilitarian color. Well, it's great for skin tone, but we also use it on vehicles because it's a fantastic rust color. Believe it or not, it is absolutely fantastic for rust. Here, we'll get a little bit more of our light in here. We'll a little more over here. Yeah, and we'll get into our blending brush there too. But you can see how the paint just starts to get on that brush, and it starts to essentially blend it by itself. Stila, it's well, we used some indigo on here on this. Pretty simple. It was just it was phthalo green and some Prussian blue, and then up here Egyptian violet. So yeah, phthalo green, Prussian blue, very basic. Now this is a video I just filmed right here. This was using the homemade fluorescent purple, and there's actually 2 different colors of purple. There's one that's a little bit warmer than the other one. And Steel, I think you saw this one, right? The Lethal Shadows miniature that we painted on Saturday. I think you saw that one, didn't you? And Steel, if you want to post a Insta link or anything like that to some of your current stuff, I'm sure people will get a real kick out of seeing that. Now, what I want to do potentially here is either, I don't know if it'd be scales, but some kind of marking, sort of like what we did here. Something like that on this one. So this is from Printomancer, this bust here. And well, here's another one of those. Again, this is our homemade magenta fluorescent paint on that one. Go back and check those sessions out. Yeah, Stila, I don't get a chance to use phthalo green all that often, so it's kind of fun when I finally get a chance to utilize that. I don't remember the last time I used phthalo blue. I have some. I just don't remember when the heck is the last time I used it. And of course, well, we've been using more and more of the Naphthol red, just now that we know it's a staining color. I still haven't gotten the Gamlin version yet. So again, we'll lighten up the skin tone there, and you can see I don't mix anything on the palette, right? It's mixing here because, well, the miniature becomes your palette. Why wouldn't it, right? Everybody, please check out the Instagram link that Stila just posted, because Stila is really fantastic with the oils. So please go check out Stila's link there. And again, we're just getting underway here. We're still less than an hour in, and I'm thinking that some folks would not mind being able to get this far on something in 58 minutes. Now, Stila, which phthalo blue is it? And I haven't. Well, let's see. I haven't had a chance to use the Prussian blue from Williamsburg yet, or did I? I don't think I have yet. Or if I did, it was very minimal, just with the schedule being so messed up here. And Stila, I hope that the visa thing, all that stuff works out as well. I know that's like you said, it's gonna be a long process potentially. Yeah, Abzan, it's a very nice. Well, it's got a lot of coolness to it, right? That's really nifty. Here, let me look at this. Nice and neat, right? Yeah, nice and neat. Now what we're going to do is we're going to again try and make sure we've got a blending brush here that's not all filled with paint. And we're going to take the edge off of some of this. We're not doing this, we're doing this. Just really straight up and down. Just a little tap, tap, tap there. Hashtag no layers, right? Why do we need to do layers when we can do that? Hashtag no layers. Then please check out the vehicles that Bithron just posted. Those are your fins, right, Bithron? So very, very cool choices on those. So you've had a chance to use Williamsburg's Prussian Blue Nosferatu? I think maybe I might have used it a tiny bit, and that's it. I'm gonna keep going with my lighter skin. Oh yeah, here too on this side of the schnoz. Boy, Stila. Oh gosh. I can try and check for you. I can try it. I know that Phthalo blue. Oh, ultra. I think ultramarine blue is Stila. I don't know about Prussian blue. Ultramarine blue might be in their traditional color set because it was the modern color set that we got. Well, that we're trying to get the Fanchon red and the Egyptian violet and all that stuff, right? Oh, that's cool, Nosferatu. Oh, wait a minute. Where's ah? So these brushes not so fantastic necessarily for painting, but they do make good blending brushes because they're soft. I'm pretty sure that's not how these folks intended me to actually use their brushes, is just a blending brush, but is what it is, right? I think, yeah, you know, and the other thing is too, where the heck did you go? We have been playing around more with this. I never actually had this color before. Landress was nice enough to send it here. Now, unlike the Quick Dry White, this does have alkyds in there. Now, unlike the Gamlen Silver, which just happens to be right over here, it's not pressurized like this. This also have alkyds in it, but boy, when you open this tube, half the tube comes out of it. The other one, not so much. So I don't know what that means. I have no idea why the silver just comes shooting out of that tube, but it does not happen with the fast matte white. So not sure what's going on with that. I'm gonna see if I can add a little bit more light here. We also have to get some more of the I almost said Fanchon red, but there we go. Get some of that and get that here. Also on the other parts of the face too, I think, just to brighten that up a touch. Yeah, it's weird, Bithron. I have no idea why. I have no idea what's up with that. But for whatever reason, that silver, when you open that up, and it's not just me, that's everyone else that's ever used the Gamlen silver. A lot of folks really like it, but they say contents under pressure. Oh, look where I got the brush, too. Closer to the back of the brush than to the front of the brush. That actually gives me more control, believe it or not. Way more, as I like to say, leverage. Way more control doing that. And then I might even still try to get some greenish whatever in the corners of her mouth too. Hey, Waffles, nice to see you again. Ah, boy, I would like to enjoy some waffles. That would be so fantastic. It's been, I think it's been years since I last had waffles. That has to be. I'm going to try and get a little bit more of my light skin tone over here. And again, we'll just take a blending brush to that, won't we? So see, we just threw that lighter color on there. Then we'll take our blending brush, a little tap, 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 and poof, there it is. We also have ourselves a Valendar the Red. I was just about to add some of that here. I'm going to actually go with turquoise in there, I think, instead of the red. I don't know. Let me see what happens here. Let's try this first. So, Valendar, I hope that you're doing well. Nice to see you. Everybody, please give Valendar the Red a follow, too. So, Valendar, I hope that the painting goes well and, well, the sculpting, too. Thank you so much, AD. Thanks for posting the links to the Patreon page and all the goodies. Yeah, so we just literally were filming this right before I started. Uh, this is what I was filming here. So it's about a 100-minute long tutorial as usual. That was about obviously object source lighting, but multiple light sources, and of course seeing what we could do with some couple of different colors of purple. Back to the blending brush here again. Yeah, okay, now we're starting to get, now we're getting places here. And see, I can take this, look at this green here. See, I can just take my blending brush and just start to push that around here. No need to worry about glazing or anything like that. Just push the paint where I think I want it. I might go Perlene black. Let's do this. Why not? Perlene black here. Because we need to get some darks around our eyes here. We have lots of light, but not much in the way of dark. So let's focus on this. And then we have to do those elements too. I just realized. Get this dark over the eye here. And then we can come back with our lights again into the eye. Like so, okay. I just posted a comparison of painting in July 2018 and from last week. Oh gosh, what did we used to call? Oh, Valendar, we used to, actually, Kath and I would do an exercise called Then and Now. And we would take a figure that we might have painted, well, like you did years ago, and we would actually try to paint the same figure in as similar of a color scheme as we could. Maybe adding some more freehand or whatever. And then we would take the pictures and post them side by side and that was a great exercise. It really was. And just get some of the paint off of the brush there. We go this way again to try and get the light in the eye here. It might need to be a little bit thicker. Might actually have been a little bit too thin. So what? Well, there's a little bit of a difference, right, Valendar, and those types. All right, let me again hit the other eye here, like so, and then maybe even some of the lighter skin tone here. I just want to make sure we're not missing anything. Geez, oh, sorry to hear that, Nosferatu. That doesn't sound like fun right there. Sorry that, how the heck did it, well, actually, no, check that, never mind. Because I haven't been able to do the studio redo here. I've been losing everything. So I can completely understand how anything can get lost. Check, never mind. Now we're going, that's again got some of the phthalo green in it. So do the same over the other eye over here. Can you see that? Looks like you can. And for the folks that are new here and don't realize, we are using oil paints. This is all being done with the oils. Now I've got some radiant green. Actually, this is mixed with a little bit of the Indian yellow here. And then we'll let that also get blended in the same way, where we're just going to let this. So I'm going to take some of the paint off of the brush here. And again, no layers, right? I threw that lighter color on there. Oh, and I just blended it with the darker color. I don't mix on the palette. This is my palette. It's the exact same thing when I do 2D art. The same approach. Now, well, of course, sometimes when I'm doing the 2D art, especially on this one, about the first 45 minutes, it almost looked like a watercolor before we got down to doing all the more regular, traditional oil painty type stuff on it. That's a highly traditional or highly traditional term for it right there, oil painty. Yeah, you can. That's very official. Now I need to get a little bit of the skin tone snuck in between the crown and the eyes. Let me see if I can do this, or the whatever that is hanging from the crown. Okay, just about got. Okay, now we've got some stuff on the skin there. Good enough. So it's the usual Princeton, though it's a liner brush. You can also use the Cotmans. I think they also still have liner, actual liner brushes like that too. But liner brush is the key. And again, look where my hand is way far away from that metal ferrule, as far away as it can go. Because that actually lets me have way more control over it than if I've got a death grip on the brush. I say it all the time, right? Caress the brush, don't crush the brush. More of the light over here, just because. Okay. I want to take that red. We'll just let that red get mixed into some of the existing skin tone there. We'll take this light. We're going to spread that out a little bit too. So these, well, normally about between $5 and $6, well, $5.50 or so. Now, of course, I missed the super sale. It's probably a Memorial Day sale. I think they're about $4 or $4.10, something like that. I really wish I could have taken advantage of that. It wasn't quite meant to be. We were a little bit occupied on Memorial Day. But yeah, it would have been nice to get those because, I mean, that was practically, what, about 20% off or so? That was sensational. And of course, I do like the Royal Langnickels. I've kind of used up a bunch of those, and I haven't had a chance to get another batch of those either. If you're wondering why I haven't seen as many of them on the streams and such, they've kind of gotten used up, and I just don't have any. I hate Dark Dan again. Actually, Dark Dan again, that was well, for various reasons, and then I filmed this. But then when I realized things are just getting kind of crazy. So, and here's the other thing is I basically have to be up at 7:30 or so to help out Kathy. And I figured I would just stay up doing this. I would just stay up doing this until, so yeah, we've got about 3.5 hours or so to when I have to help out Kathy. And I thought it'd just be a little bit easy if I was doing this, unless I'm already asleep. And oh, what do we call sleep streaming? Yes, unless I'm already sleep streaming, I don't know. I don't know. So yeah, it was not the most spectacular day. So I was thinking, well, we're not going to be able to do this. But had already missed the 1 day stream, and since I was able to get the video shot, and since I was going to have to be awake anyways, I thought, well, why not stay awake with friends? So here we are with our friends, and I really appreciate everybody keeping me company here on the vigil. I thought there was a little piece of fuzz hanging off of that bugger. So again, thanks everybody, appreciate it. And I know this is not my usual stream time, although it used to be. There was a time where the streams used to begin at around 2:30 in the morning Central Time. Now that was YouTube. That wasn't Twitch. But don't be surprised if this actually happens more. So Dark Danigan, I went from living on. Well, I talk about actually living on Melbourne time. Holy smokes! Well, thanks AD, and thanks Nosferatu. Hey, there's Thranuel. Thranuel, nice to see you. Well, Thranuel, speaking of schedules, yours is kind of bouncing around back and forth from night to day, quite literally, right? White Squirrel, you know how Facebook does those Facebook memories? It'll show me those, and I keep thinking, okay, those were 7, 8, 9 years ago. No, those were some of those were as recently as 2018, or maybe even 2019. I think they were like the most recent ones were late 2018 or something like that, weren't they? I could be wrong. I thought you were having a night shift there. Well, Absent, let's just say this could be more common, at least over the next several weeks here. Now, when I'm actually going to sleep is a mystery because I don't think sleep is going to be part of the day today. So, if the next time you hear me and I just am talking complete gibberish, it's because I never did actually get to sleep. Yeah, let's do some more of our lights on the hair there. So you're having a night shift there. Well, Nosferatu, um, I, yeah, some folks they post a lot of their lives on social media, right? And then of course there might be things you don't really want to be reminded of, like you were saying. So that's why I kind of just stick to miniatures. Now, well, there's a variety of reasons I just stick to miniatures. So when I get the, back in 2015 or back in 2011, basically I get to see what miniatures I was working on. Hey Moe, nice to see ya. So yeah, White Squirrel. I used to start at about I don't know if the Facebook oh, believe it or not, I was doing those in the basement with a really junky like 2G phone or something like that. And ironically enough, I had kind of hoped that maybe I would be able to take, the 5G phone and be able to stream either battle reports or painting stuff like large terrain or backdrops, terrain backdrops and stuff. I don't know if I know that Jinx she was streaming on her phone when her computer went all wacky and she had to get a new one. But in the interim, she used her phone to stream, and it had its limitations, but it worked. So Moe, I hope that you're doing well. So I guess we're just going to stick with some of the lighter colors here then, like that. Oh, well, Thranio, I'm glad that you were able to get a kick out of that. So Thranio, here's the one that I just filmed tonight before the stream. So this is using the fluorescent purple from Green Stuff World, and then actually making a couple of different purples out of it. One that's more of a warmer variety. Oh, thanks, Moe. Yeah, was it 1 hour 20 minutes ago? That was just primer. Wow, yeah, 1 hour 20 minutes ago. Obviously, the oils are a huge, huge help in that, but also to using the bigger brushes. I mean, if I was doing this in acrylics, there would be a lot of things done the same way. We would still be using the big brushes. We would still, well, basically be doing the shaded base coat. Remember that, White Squirrel? So I think we're okay. Yeah, I think we're all caught up there. So again, sorry if I missed something in the chat. The camera boom is basically right smack dab in front of the chat, so it's harder to see. That is one of the things I'm hoping won't be happening with all the new setup. That we'll be able to have the screen, no matter where the camera is, it won't be sitting right in front of the screen. So again, the Princeton liner brushes. I wish I had been able to do that Memorial Day sale, because at $4 a pop, that is a steal. And these things take a beating, like Valandar was saying. They just, I mean, you can really beat these things up, and they just keep going, which is really tremendous. Now, do I want to? See, I want the gemstone a cooler green. Now here I'll take some of this, and we'll even mix it with the brilliant yellow pale. Okay, look at, see, my hand's not even in the picture because it's so close to the end of the brush as opposed to the front of the brush. And we have all kinds of lovely control over that. Do you see that brush bouncing around at all? Nope. Well, basically, I've got one arm sitting there on well, both of my elbows are on one of those, the wrist rests that people use to prevent the carpal tunnel stuff. So that basically keeps my wrists in one place and not moving around. And then I've got, see, look, it's not going anywhere. And I'll take this hand, stick it right here. No shakies, no movement. Right? I'm sorry about that. Thranio, I have not painted any Tau stuff. I only ever had I think it was 2 miniatures somebody sent me to paint as commissions. Oh gosh, what are the crisis suits, Thranio? Is that what they call them? Those seem like, because you could do some camo patterns on them or something like that. And maybe some of the smaller Tau vehicles, because we could actually fit those on camera easier. So yeah, it's not like nothing against Tau. I just don't have any here. And buying Tau stuff that's unfortunately not on the menu. Oh, this is on the menu though. Egyptian Violet. That's on the menu here. I was messing around with some Prussian blue there, but what I got now is the Egyptian Violet there. More? Why not? Not a pinline wash, actually. It's relatively thin, but also not a pinline wash. So you got there's the crisis suits, and what are they, piranhas or something like that. I just so some kind of a digital camo type thing or whatever could be interesting. Now we got the oh, here we go, Egyptian violet, Indian yellow. Let's combo those together to make our nice, really, really dark brown. That's a very intense brown color. Ah, well, Thranio, I'm glad you're able to get some of that. Now, I'm guessing that the Gamlin Naphthol red is probably nicer than the Richardson. I could be wrong. So I think you actually have the nicer of the Naphthols. But again, I don't know when I'll ever get a chance to get a tube of the Gamlin stuff. But Dano says that it's staining and everything else. Yeah, Nosferatu, I was thinking of that, oh gosh, is it Harlequins? Also, that kind of have the stealthy type thing, and sometimes people would draw Harlequins or paint Harlequins as they're just literally emerging from a wall or something like that. Certainly would be fun to do that with some Tau stuff, wouldn't it? So that is again that violet, Egyptian violet, Indian yellow mix with an asphaltum chaser. Now I'm not sure Drax is still around, but Drax was he was the one that introduced me to the asphaltum. That's a Gamlin color, and it's got some really interesting properties to it. We use it all the time on our cavalry units. And I do believe this, yeah, this horsey right here, that was the one that was painted with the asphaltum. So this is our latest Song of Ice and Fire unit right here. And that was the, brown matter, right? There was one of our grays there, and we did the tan on that. So I'm trying to get some Song of Ice and Fire stuff prepped for not just future streams, but some more tutorials. A bunch of new Lannister stuff that I thought could be good for, well, updating the halberds, but also doing the super shiny Sky Earth non-metallic with the oils, because why not? Ah, boy, Thranduil, that sounds really good. that sounds sensational right there. And I did paint, I think, an entire unit of Harlequins for commission, at least one unit of Harlequins. There was an awful lot of diamonds involved, so I'm thinking Harlequins. Well, actually, I did paint a lot of Eldar stuff back in the day. Now, who knows, maybe if there's some 3D printed Schmeldar somewhere or something like that that we could maybe print out and have, we could start to do some Schmeldar on the channel. Which sounds all kinds of wrong. But 3D printing is kind of handy. Because, especially when you don't actually play 40k. Now the eyes, I might try and make that a little bit bigger, and then maybe go with some kind of a light blue for the eye. I don't know. We'll have to see what happens. First, though, see if I can make this one a little bit bigger here. Just expand that a little more. Yeah. Okay. Thanks, AD, for posting the Patreon link there. At this point, you're at least 1,100 hours worth of videos to watch. If you do the Army Painter Pledge, could be more, could be closer to 12. If you can binge all that, well, then that's good, because there's about 20 to 24 hours of new videos that happen every single month. So if Disney and Netflix and all that, if you've watched it all and you got nothing left, that's pretty much an inexhaustible source. And those videos, I try to do as many different things and experimental stuff as I can. So sometimes, and there's folks in the chat that can attest, unplanned things happen. We'll put it that way. Unplanned things sometimes happen. Because if everything just goes absolutely according to plan every single time, you're going to say, well, wait a minute, why is this so difficult for me? Or why did I get surprised by this? So I say, you know what? Let's have the folks see what happens when I'm just trying some out for the very first time. Yeah, and Ebzen, I think you can attest that some of them aren't the happiest of accidents. I keep thinking about, well, the Senile paints, and then there was some other kind of paint that also didn't necessarily go terribly well. And then remember the green stuff world, uh, the terrain stuff, when it kept breaking as I was trying to take it out of the mold. Yeah, that was a bit of an irritant right there. Now what are we doing here? We're taking some of our purple over here, and we'll be making this a little bit lighter as well. I'm just kind of doing a little bit of a change here on the color because we have an awful lot of the phthalo. We're trying to get into a little bit more of a purple right here. That might end up being too light. I don't know. What's kind of funny is that this purple right here, it reminds me an awful lot of the cobalt violet, which I think, did we use the cobalt violet on here? Yeah, it's certainly a heck of a lot cheaper than cobalt violet. Yeah, being let's see, what was it was trying those new brushes, right? And didn't I just kind of chuck them off to the side right at the start of the video, about 9 minutes in? I just said, well, these brushes don't really work for this, and I literally just threw them off to the side. I think there was a couple of things in that video that were just, well, that didn't go the way it was supposed to. Oh, look, that didn't go the way it was supposed to either. Yeah, Stila says the scale 75s had some surprises, right? And Abzan, the classic optiling oils, right? Remember, oh, good grief. Wow. And those are still sitting around here somewhere. Those were going to go away when I did the studio redo. Those were going to go from they're tucked in a box somewhere in this room to not even in this room anymore. Banished. Yeah, I could swear, Bina, there's been a couple of times, well, yeah, especially in the summer, I actually had to kill one while I was filming that purple video. Oh, speaking of purple, see we're starting to get some into the fins right there. Well, Bithron, that's economy of use right there. I'm glad that's working out for you too. There we are. See that in the depths of the shadow, a little bit of that purple in there. So see, this starts taking a little different look. And of course, none of this is a light color yet. Seriously, this is all pretty dark colors here. None of this is very light. Now this might start getting a little lighter. Of course, we can also use that radiant magenta and actually start to make that a little bit lighter. I'll be coming back in with the dark. Probably some of the Prussian blue in there. Oh, geez. Well, Bina, I'm really glad because I know I've said it in some of the videos, right? Where I'll just kind of go, I think you can save yourself the money on this. And, well, usually it happens with brushes, right, Bina? But sometimes it still happens with paints. Because, oh my gosh, the Senile paint, and then there was another thing too. Well, even the Richardson paints, those were an acquired taste, I guess we should say. Sort of. Yeah, it's just now I know. Remember, Stila, we were talking about the word slimy. Remember that to just describe, and it was the Holbein. That was the Holbein paint, which were a bummer because they were kind of nice. They seemed to be nice paints. I had a lot of high hopes for them, and yet they kind of had that weird sort of slimy feel to them, and they didn't really adhere. It wasn't like the Optilung, but it was sort of like that. Yeah, waffles. And it was a bummer too because someone had sent me those, and I was really looking forward to. I thought those had come after the oil brushers from Mig Ammo, and then I realized after I used those things, I went, nope, these came before the oil brushers because they probably did those. Then there was the split with Mig, and then they basically improved on the Optilungs with the oil brushers. All right, so see now that's actually basically a dark green that we put back in here where there's the violet. So we actually have greens in the shadows of the violets there. So yeah, Stila, and was it getting the Gamlin or the Williamsburg where you could finally have like a total in-person comparison yourself between the Holbein and the I think it was Williamsburg, right? Or no, was it Gamlin maybe? Now I'm trying to think the last time I've used cadmium red. I only used it in one tutorial video recently, but now that I've got the Fanchon red and now the Naphthol, there's just no real reason. Oh, here's the other thing too, and I think I asked. Does this even say what series it is? Uh, series 2. So this is way cheaper than cadmium red. I don't know if anybody's used the or priced out. Well, I know a few people have priced out the Gamlin uh, Naphthol red. So if anybody's got a handle on that, let me know because I'm thinking that's way cheaper than cadmium red for sure. So you could be able to get all the big three, as we like to call them here. The big three. That's the Windsor, Newton, Williamsburg, and Gamlin. I basically use those in equal parts. Pretty much one third, and one third. I think. Waffles. Okay, that's good. Cause oh gosh, I don't know if they're still in the chat, but someone had asked about the old Holland colors, and I knew there was a couple of people that had used them, but that was really early in the stream. And there wasn't a whole bunch of folks in yet at the time. But for anybody that's tried the Old Holland, if that person is still whoever it was that asked, I just don't remember. If they asked and they're still in the chat, and someone that's used the Old Holland can give a yay or nay on those, because that's the best thing about Twitch and the oils is because, well, folks like Stila, Bina, everybody's Thrannual, they're all using them. Pun expected, Grim, Green Fairy, everybody's using the oils. And already forgetting so many names. Sorry about that. My brain is not really working right now. But they've all been kind enough to try out those paints and then basically say, hey, look, this is not worth it. Or you need to try this because this is really good and it could really work for us, this, or this. So it's really great to have everybody just doing their own tests, their own scientific experiments, and then kind of cluing me in, saying, "All right, you got to try this here. You have to try this. It could be really helpful for such and such a thing." So that is appreciated because I can only test so many things. Now, Asgard, I stopped using sables years ago. It wasn't that I didn't like sables. As a watercolorist, I used to only use sable brushes. Unfortunately, the quality controls on those just became so horrific and they got so expensive and then they became hard to get. I just went to the synthetics, and these are far more durable and they also have way more snap to them here. So that's why I'm able to do almost use the brush sideways like this, because it is not a sable, but it has a fantastic tip on it. And like I said, they are super durable. And of course, I can get 3 of these for the price of one sable brush. If I can get them on a super sale, I can get almost 4 of them for the price of one sable brush. And they last a long time. It's amazing. So Thranduil, they will settle. That's why you want to have the agitators in there. Now, of course, these were the nail polish containers I was telling you about. This is going to be airtight. The plastic bottles are most likely not going to be airtight, uh, because obviously nail polish containers, right? They don't want that stuff getting all over the place. So my advice is nail polish containers. You can get those on Amazon. They are not expensive, and I don't do all the paint in the jars anymore, so I only just do specific ones, like, well, the metallics, the fluoros, the ones that I have to mix, taking the powdered pigments and such. All right, so there we got some violet there now. How's about some of this? Whatever's going on here. Something like that. Okay, so Abakar. See, Schminky, that's the other, and I know several folks use the Schminky and they like it. Are you using the Norma? Oh, you're using the Mussini. Oh, and the Cinella. So you're using the Mussini. That's the Norma is the student grade, right? Right, Abakar? Now, Stila, how did your experiment on the empty paint tubes finally end up? I know that I think it was the Olympics came around, because you got your Muller and all that other stuff, right? But there was still a few key things that you needed, I think. But hopefully you actually got to conclude your experiment there with the paint tubes. Let's see. Oh, Dark Dan hasn't tried the old Holland yet. Someone just, they're really stiff. Well, now Dark Dan again. Uh, what's funny is that those Richardson paints, and well, also the scale 75 even. Uh, we've kind of determined that I guess the reason why they stoke so much linseed oil in those things is because they wanted to be really soft out of the tube. We don't need that, right? Because we can make them softer. We can add that stuff ourselves. Subtracting that is really well, impossible. So we would much rather just add it ourselves, wouldn't we? But we just wish they would let us do that. So Absinthe, there was no time for that anymore because I was just going through them so fast. There was no time to mix the paints, and I've been using the oils for, well, about 40 years. So I was so familiar with them, there was just no point to it anymore. The reason why I mixed them in the jars was for a class. And even this year's Adepticon, I just ended up using these. So everybody got a roll of these 6 colors, and that was the Adepticon class right there, instead of mixing them up in jars. Boy, Steeler, you're going to have to send me a picture. Yeah, Steeler, if you could send me a picture of your nifty Stila oils. Now, did you print yourself up some nice labels for them? Are they Tiny Stein oils? So Thranduil also tried the Old Holland, and the Norma. Okay, the Norma is the students. Okay. So yeah, the you could say that the Gamlin paints and even the Williamsburg paints, they're not exactly soft out of the tube or whatever, but Well, we just add some thinner, right? And then we're all good. We don't need that right out of the tube to be super thin. We can certainly do that ourselves. We can figure it out. Well, Dirk Danigan, typically, well, with the oils, you can remember you can thin the oils, but you can't dilute them. Unlike the acrylics, right? And well, anytime I'm doing object source lighting, either one of these, whether it's the orange or whether it's this, the lightest lights in these areas were pin line washes. So the lightest lights there was somewhere around 95% thinner, maybe more, and yet it's still covered very efficiently. Now, of course, I guess you'll find out. You'll find out when you try those out. But of course, well, as always, let me know what you find out, because I'll be curious. The Schminky Mussini are also really thick. Well, see, that's kind of that would be my preference. That would actually be my preference. Now here, I can see that the color that's already here is mixing with the color that's on the brush, and that's good because it's just sort of getting naturally darker all by itself. Abokar, I think you've seen the video where I tried those Senelays. I tried them twice, I think. Yeah, I think I tried them twice, and they're just still sitting around, not being used. I think there was at least a couple of the colors that I didn't even use in the second attempt, if I remember right. That was a long time ago, and I've tried to forget that one. Where's that? Oh, here it is. Radiant turquoise. Yeah. Well, let's see if we can really start to pump up some lighter stuff in here. I'll just go maybe back to the radiant green, little bit of the turquoise. The Schminky Asphaltum. Now, Dark Danigan, boy, it'll be interesting if anybody ever does a direct comparison of that with the Gamlin Asphaltum, because I tried. I think it was the Richardson. I think yes. I think Grimm sent me the Richardson Asphaltum, and it was not. He said it wasn't really like the Gamlin Asphaltum. It was really not like the Gamlin Asphaltum. Just wasn't super thrilled with that one. It just didn't have that weird kind of magical property that the Asphaltum does. And much like the Radiance, I can't quite necessarily put the handle on what special thing that is. All right, AD, thank you so much. I appreciate it. And thanks for posting the links too, AD. Now, speaking of posting links, so AD, before you head out, uh, be sure to shout out yourself and the hubby there, and everybody. Please give both, give AD Creations a vow. Sorry, I was, never mind. Sorry, AD. Brain's not working here. Brain is not working. All right, let's. All right, Bithron, you have a good one. Who knows? I might be doing this again Tuesday, or into Wednesday morning. I don't know. I think things are going to be very much randomized now, so I might be streaming at really, really weird times in the future here. Is that too? Yeah, it's getting too. I'm gonna head back over here get some of the phthalo green. I think there we go. Yeah, it was getting a little too light, too fast there. And as light as that is, that's not actually our lightest light either. Also, Threnul also has the Mussini Asphaltum. So thanks, AD, and of course, AD. I'm glad that the drawing, the coloring could be saved too. And I don't know if you wanted to post a link to that as well before you head out. I think that's what I was trying to spit out, AD. Sorry about that. Here, you know what? I'm gonna keep going with the same turquoise here. And again, we have not yet begun to actually put light colors there. We haven't really even gotten to that stage yet. Yeah, Bits, I'll try and shoot you a message there during the day. Yeah, if I don't respond to any messages right away, it's because I'm face down on the floor somewhere. Possibly face down on top of the phone. That's happened. That has happened where, well, I've actually had the phone hit me in the face, or I was trying to message people into the wee hours of the morning, and the next thing I know, that phone lands on my face. Let me see if I can lighten this up just a smidge. I want to see what happens. And then I'm going to take this potentially to the other side too, because we have it worked there, and I also want to let this paint have a chance to set. We talk about that all the time, right? Give that paint a chance to set. And not going to dry. I suppose it could if you stoke it full of alkyds, but we don't do that. Not really big into the alkyds. Mostly because you would end up with a paint that dries much faster in one area than another. I know there was one time where I was trying to exercise, and one of my exercises is laying on the exercise mat and doing these leg presses and stretches with weights on them. And I had the phone, and I was trying to message or something like that, and that thing fell out of my hands and bopped me right in the head. That left a mark, I'll tell you that. Hey, Oliver. Nice to see you. Oh, thanks, Oliver. Yeah, we're doing a little bit of a Loot Studios here. It's been a while since we've had a chance to paint a Loot Studios figure. I actually do have several printed up. I just haven't been able to prep them. There was one that was missing its base. I finally got that base printed. That's around somewhere. Yeah, Steela, the have you, how many paints have you tried that had the alkyds in them? I mean, well, there's obviously the Gamlen Silver does, and of course, well, the oil brushers do. I didn't think they did because I never saw alkyds on the label, but apparently you do not have to say that alkyds are what's in there, which I find interesting, given how there's all these other things that have to be on the label. Why that one wasn't too. Oh, and thanks AD for posting the links to the Patreon too. Appreciate that. Sorry that my voice is going wacky, or all of the Kathy has all of the cough drops. I don't have any of them here. So normally that's what I would just grab for myself, is some cough drops. Yeah, okay, I just get a little bit of the green there. Now we gotta shift away from that. We're gonna go back to some of the yellow green because we gotta do something on these items here. Also there. And then maybe some of that lighter green on the skin tone here. I might even try to simulate some scales or something there too. Thranduil, that's unfortunately there has been, well, there might be days where things are not quite so bad, but uh, yesterday not a really good day. The day before there was a slight improvement, and then it just kind of took a big turn backwards. And that's pretty much how everything's been going over the last, well, especially the last 3 weeks. And unfortunately, there won't be any improvement for weeks to come, I would imagine. So that's why I'm just sending out the word now that this kind of weird schedule change and sudden streams, which kind of that sounds wrong out of context right there. That sounds like somebody that had a little too much tea or something like that. All right, we've gotten some of our lights in there. Some of our lights over here. And then over here on the, oh, and the gemstone. Like that. What's happening with these guys here? Probably still going to have to come back in with the darker stuff on those. Yeah, we'll have to come back with our darks on those things. Thanks, Ebzan. Yeah, every time I think I was going to say right on the Patreon page kind of what the situation is, then the situation changes. Then I think, okay, this is the situation, and then that becomes a new situation. This situation requires some of that lighter green. So see how that can go from the darker green to the skin tone here. We'll do the same maybe on this side. Now let's see if we can get some actual eyes in here. I don't know what the heck. We got Prussian blue here. We'll use that for right now. Which way? We don't want to just looking straight ahead. Do we want to looking off to the side? Not this way, but I think maybe this way. Let's see what happens here. And again, see how my hand is rock solid here? And look at this. Definitely closer to the back of the brush than to the front of the brush. Something like that. And then let's get this one over here. So usually looking straight ahead, that just kind of, that's sort of a lifeless expression. So you want to have them look in one direction or another. Now let me see if I can get some lights in there. Oh, thanks, Absent. Now, like we talk about, there's leverage, right? Because I'm way back here, not here. First of all, can't look at. I'm about an inch and a half shy of the face, but that, and all it is one of those gel-filled wrist things, right? That you use for when you're typing and stuff, and that steadies my elbows, right? Because well, if someone shakes the table, I guess that ain't gonna work so well. But I could even do this, right? My hand is on the table now, and then this hand is resting on top of that hand. So I could be here all night. I could stay there all night long. And Thranuel, I think did I send you a link? Well, of course it's Amazon here. It doesn't really mean anything for you out there, but it was a simple magnifier light. Now this one is only a 3 times. I've got magnifier lights that go up to 7 times magnification. I've been using magnifier lights for decades, and that has saved my eyes for sure. It has saved a ton of eye stress. But thanks, Ebzan. Appreciate that. Is that too light? Maybe not. I'm going to see if I can get some more of the turquoise and green skin tones in a couple of other areas here. if that's possible. Oh, Steel's got the magnifier glasses. I know a lot of folks use the magnifier glasses. I love the magnifier lights because the light is in between the miniature and me. So there's no shadows or anything like that. So Dano, I hope that you're doing well. So Dano, sorry I didn't get a chance to give you a heads up. I just wasn't sure if I was going to be streaming at all. I started this at about, well, let's see, 2 hours ago. So at 2:49, I started this. Oh, thanks, Dano, because I could use one of these right now because I have no cough drops here. Kathy has them all. Thank you very much. So, Dano, this is the thing that I think I sent you a picture of this, or maybe I didn't. I think I sent you a picture of this, didn't I? So this is with the fluorescent purple, the homemade fluorescent purple there. Hey, oh, thanks. Let's see. Yeah, so I know some people use the magnifier glasses. Well, again, for me, it's always going to be the magnifier light. Also, too, because uh, can't have that and the headset, and just it's always been the mag lights for me. But any kind of magnification, I mean, outside of reducing the eye stress, it's also going to, well, if the miniature that you're painting is 3 times the size of what it actually is, just think of how much more detail you'll be able to get. Quite a bit, right? Oh, hey, Disaster, nice to see you again. Oh, thanks. This is from Loot Studios. We started this 2 hours and 1 minute ago. This was just primer 2 hours ago. Now here's our Saturday stream. I think this is what, 5 hours, 5.5 hours. You can see how much bigger this thing is. That's from Lethal Shadows. This is from Loot Studios here. Oh, they're heavy with. Oh, geez, they have light batteries in them too. Holy smokes. Um, so Asgard, yep, I have. There's at least two of them, I think. I know there's one, but there might be two of those. And there's obviously the Metals Workshop series where we're taking the powdered metal pigments and doing the same thing, right? So we take these, mix these with linseed oil, and do the same deal with them. All right, yeah, I'm gonna try and hit this with some of my lighter. Go right down in here, trying to make that look a little on the shiny side here, right on the edge of the tail there. See if I can't pop in a little something here on this chest. What do we got here? I'll just use this. I don't care, because I'll probably come into this and hit it with some rust. Yeah, I might just do that. Terra Rosa. Maybe a little Terra Rosa and Asphaltum. That's kind of typical. Sorry about that. So again, sorry if the voice is a little bit on the dodgy side here. For short, I would normally just grab myself a cough drop, but all of those are gone. And I know I did try Asgard, the first Metals Workshop, actually. I just mixed them with a variety of acrylic mediums, like, well, the Master Medium, I think, from Green Stuff World. And I think I tried mixing them with Pigment Fixer, too. And then I think I tried mixing them with just regular acrylic paints. But the linseed oil was sensational because they basically became opaque, like opaque fluorescence. I mean, and then the metals were fantastic too. They were just wow. Actually, The metal powders, I think maybe because they're ground finer than the floral powders or something. Those are even more. I really do like those. All right. Never did darken the upper lip. I got to do some more stuff here on the tiara slash crown, whatever that is. And of course, well, we've got this was I think our latest. No, the stream before that, right, was our classic Sauron. This miniature is about 22 years old, something like that. We did the texture on him, and of course, well, we love our freehand here. We've done a whole squad of these guys right there. Oh, and then there's our Kieran. This is another very recent tutorial. This is a shortened version of this. Will be going up on the YouTube channel probably in a few days. Yeah, Asgard. There's got to be at least, I think I would say there's 2 videos that involve mixing the fluorescent paints like that. I know there's at least one, but there could be 2 of them. And I might. Oh no, there's definitely 2 of them because of the marblers. That's right, because that's a new material. And of course, well, the oils are fantastic for things like freehand, right? This is another one. You can see the freehand part of it on the YouTube channel. And of course, well, we love our object source lighting. It's just, well, and basing too. Really love doing the basing. And of course, we also paint in 2D also with the oil paints. So Moe, I hope that everything's going well for you. What do we got here? This is not actually as light as I would like it to be, but we'll just do what we can with it here. Now, I won't lighten that up anymore. Here, though, I think we could maybe stand for some other type of reflected light here. Maybe something that's got a little bit of the turquoise in it. Just a little bit, not a bunch. Okay, a little bit of reflected light there. Now also too, oh gee whiz, that's right. I've got uh, I've got a couple of different things that I was thinking about using maybe for seaweed. Oh, and I have corals. Well, there's really nowhere to put them on here. But I do have some of that seaweed from, oh gosh, I have to find it wherever the heck it is, from Wicked Elf Miniatures. I've got that seaweed, the vellum plant seaweed. I have to find that. Which way do we want to do this? No, we'll still stick with this. And then we'll do some light over here. Okay, so now that starts to look a little bit more like a blade. Still have to come back in with our darks there as well. I guess I'll do some sort of gold out here on this. Let's just change that a little bit then, because whatever. Indian yellow, a touch of the brilliant yellow pale. Just about do that, minus the piece of fuzz over here and over there. And we'll lighten this up over here. Oh, what the heck, I'll throw some of this onto the treasure chest. We're going to be hitting that with some rust color anyways, so that'll change it all. Which means I don't want to make that too light. So probably, Moe probably won't do any water effects. What I'd like to see if I can make those vellum plants work, And again, those are from Wicked Elf. You see me use the vellum plants. Oh gosh, I think I can get this guy out of here without knocking too many things over. So see these nifty vellum plants right here? So there's some seaweed, and I've never had a chance to try that yet. So I'm hoping to give that a shot on this one maybe. I think that's probably why I printed this one out, was because I actually wanted to try that. I just haven't had a chance to do that yet. Let's see if I can get some extra light on the rocks here that are closer to our torso here. Not so much down there. Same up here. Oh yeah, that's just a whole bunch of dark right there. And all this done with regular artist oil paints. Start to finish, just some flat brush on primer, no acrylics or anything like that. No, not like we're doing the oil washes or whatever. Just using the oils in a, well, I guess a semi-traditional way. Moe, I've got some. I've been printing out a whole bunch of some elves and some human ranger figures for Lord of the Rings, and I've also been printing out those Make It Epic basing bits. Well, I mean these are also these trees right here. Those are from Make It Epic. I printed those out, and they're a lot like. Oh wait a minute. Here she is. So our Galadriel, right, with those 3D printed bits from Make It Epic. I did some reeds and some cattails, and I wanted to try and basically do sort of a not a swamp effect, but more of a I don't know, like a pond or whatever for the not Rangers of Ithilien, but oh yeah, Rangers of Ithilien. Oh, let's see. We did it on these guys too. Remember here? So there's some more of those plants on these Diwali elks over here. Those were really cool. Make It Epic also has sci-fi stuff. So if you need 40K basing bits, also Dano has those. So Dano, if you want to post your link into the chat, your Cult 3D there with some of your sci-fi basing bits, and everybody can check out Dano's fantastic sculpting. And Dano, I don't know if you posted the link to your Dreadnought yet, your Smurf knot, but that was looking really fantastic. So you should probably post that in the chat too. Sorry, I spaced on that. Again, we're we're basically doing a marathon here till about 7:30 or so, and that's when Kathy would need her next dose of medicine. So, and at the moment, that's just not something she can do herself. Here's some more of our light. They're not too much down here. I can make that sword a little bit lighter there. Okay, but this is also going to get some corrosion on it too. I don't know. I think we can lighten these up a little bit more, can't we? Oh, actually, Steela, were you going to be streaming? Well, gee whiz, you would already be starting to stream now. I wasn't sure what days you might be streaming this way. I know that your schedule kind of is random too. That sometimes you stream when you can. So yeah, let the folks in the chat know when you might be streaming next. Yeah, Dano, and I know you were saying just how much time you saved, and it wasn't just a little bit of time. It was a lot of time that you saved on those compared to if you had been doing those with the acrylics. So better yet, right? Better result, less time. Well, Steel, I hope that all gets resolved. I know it's just like it's one more thing That one more adventure you didn't need. Yeah, you could do without that adventure, couldn't you? So everybody, please check out the fabulous Smurf knot that Dano painted with the oils, and just take a look at how it was so easy for him to get all those panel shadings and not have to fool around forever with those. I'm probably gonna come back into some of these with dark, just like we did up here too. Now some of these, well, yeah, we'll just come back in with some of our darks on these guys here. Potentially the Egyptian violet, actually, that going opposite. Yeah, Stila, I just because there was the Olympics, right? And the Olympics that lasted months. That was all kinds of crazy right there. But the brush brigands, yes, and Stila, definitely be sure. I don't know if you shouted yourself out there. You want to shout yourself out. Again, Armored Wolf. Well, also too, everybody should please give Armored Wolf a look-see on Etsy, because in addition to all the fabulous basing materials that you see all the time on the channel here, Armored Wolf also has all those spectacular handmade leather goods, the dice bags, the journal covers. So please go also check out Armored Wolf. But well, the brush brigands will always be there for Stila. The brush brigands never abandon their captain. Alright, a couple of more of my lights there, and then I'm going to come back in, maybe with some darks into this too. Here's some more, like that. And I might even take the blending brush to some of that stuff. Alright, we're talking about those darks, and again, not from the same. I was thinking maybe Perlene Black, but instead, how's about the purple here? That's the Egyptian violet, and we'll be able to steady up some edges right here. Also, too, oil thinner than water, so you can actually get thinner lines. That's another reason why we don't need super duper brushes or whatever, because you can quite literally make a thinner line with the oil paints. Water has sort of a natural tension point, which the oils do not have. They're not so tense. Not so tense. We'll continue to add our lights here, or our darks here, and it accentuates our lights. So the lights get a little bit lighter. Also, there's a bit of color contrast. Oh, you know what we haven't done yet? We haven't done this yet. Zoom. Film Noir. Fair amount of shading. Fair amount of shading, but you totally miss out. Even like see on their on the scales, way more interest here, right? With the color, because now we've got reds and greens and all other kinds of good stuff like that. Well, Threnio, I hope that goes well. It's been a while since I was last drilling holes for magnetizing things. Oh my! I don't know how many dreadnoughts where I had to magnetize a dozen weapons for one dreadnought, which is a real pain because they're not necessarily designed for that.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my god.
And thank you so much. We're joined by a new little, a perfectly normal beast. Along comes again. He says, "Perfectly normal beast." So, Is this another one of Morgoth's perfectly natural beasts? He's like, Morgoth, who? Dude, man, just get you smell weird. Yeah, boy, Gandalf and that weed, I'm telling ya.
Enters my domain.
Thank you so much, Paul Warhammer Hero. How you doing, Paul? Thanks for the raid. Appreciate that. If everybody could please give Paul B Warhammer Hero a follow, that'd be great. Pickle, nice to see you too. So, Paul, how the heck was your stream? And of course, be sure to shout yourself out in the chat there. And of course, if you got any, well, you don't have pictures of what you were just working on now, but if you got instas, links, whatever, feel free to pop those into the chat so people can go check out what you were doing. So we're working with some oil paints here on a Loot Studios 3D print, a 75 mil mermaid here. Trying to get as much color transitions as we can. Take a little bit of that turquoise, get it into the skin tones here, right over the face. Doing what we can. We're going to be coming back into our golds here too, also adding more darks. And well, here's some of our recent figs. You think this is big, then there's this. And we did this on a Saturday stream. So this is about 5.5 hours. This, how long have we worked? 2 hours, 20 minutes. Not kidding. 2 hours and 20 minutes ago,
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gun.
it was just primer. It was just primer. 2 hours and 20 minutes ago. And thank you so much, Pico, for that follow. Hello, little hobbits. Ooh, look at this. Spark my ganja. He's like, dude, man. These critters just get weirder and weirder. Oh, by the way, that's not me talking. That's the horse. Yeah, Miss Shadowfax, aka Mr. Ed. So Paul, oh, there we go. Everybody, please check out Paul's post. Now in addition to the miniatures, we also we do some 2D art, a little bit flatter than the average miniature, but we also use oil paint for that. So I'll paint a big stinky troll. Oh my god, I don't have my big old troll. We don't have our big old troll here, darn it. Well, we got some lizards. Oh no, we do have. Well, we have lots of trolls here. I forgot. I forgot about Mr. Giggles. He says, why is he Mr. Giggles? Because he's a very fun guy. Boom. Just drop some of that on you. I forgot all about him. Now we're going to get yeah, I'm just going to keep going with the Egyptian violet here. So Paul, thank you so much for the raid. Like I said, I hope you had a really fun stream. This is a bit of an unusual time for me to be streaming, given that it's now 5:12 in the morning. Typically, that's not, well, we're not even actually streaming on a Tuesday. But we wanna have some fun with this mermaid here, which also sounds weird out of context. We've had a lot of things tonight that when you take those things in a different context, they might have a slightly different meaning to them. Of course, oh, that's right. Gandalf and the not Balrog succubus over there. Yeah, that was quite the interesting interaction. So Paul B, I hope that things have been going well lately, and of course, nice to see you. I'm just going to kind of solidifying some of these shapes down here. Of course, not just a dark line. That's actually a dark violet that we're using there. Dark violet, trying to make sure that we get a little extra color contrast. The dark violet against all the greens. I'm going to try for some of the violet up here as well. Let's see if we can change the shape of these eyebrows just a bit, a little bit less of a angry look and something a little bit less angry here. See if I can darken the upper lip here too. I've been wanting to do that for a few hours now. Finally. There we go. Oh, I need to get some more. First, maybe some red. into the hands. I'm going to use this. So let's just use this. I'm going to take some of this red over here. That's the not Fanchon red. That is the Naphthol red. I'll just chuck some of that onto the hands here and then come back with some of the lighter stuff. Okay, that's good for now. Let's make it lighter. Oh, what the heck. We'll do the Brilliant Yellow Pale into the Terra Rosa. That should be light enough. Sort of. Let's see. Oh, yeah. I was thinking of maybe doing a little different color on the hands. Maybe sneaking some of that green down on them, but that wouldn't have contrasted terribly well with the rock here. So sometimes you say, it'd be fun if that green skinish coat went down here, but no, it would just blend right into our rocks, and that wouldn't be so good. Highlight that a little bit too. And these guys. And this. Here. Also there. You notice that it didn't mix up a special color here. Why do I need to do that when all I need to do is just this? Yeah, I'm going to throw a little bit more into here. Blending brush. So see that hard line there? A little tap, tap, tap. Not a hard line anymore. Or anywhere else for that matter. But I gotta make sure there's no paint on that brush. Otherwise, it's just going to slosh paint all over the place. What we're trying to do here is just soften some brush strokes, soften some edges. Oops. It's like, oh, wait a minute, how the heck did I get this with dark paint on the end of the brush? I just had the wrong brush in my hand. Oh, there we go. I think the upper lip, I probably wanted it to be a little different color than that. We'll just go with that for right now. Let me see if we can lighten this up too. Yeah, I can get a little bit more of a light color in there. I could still probably go a little bit lighter than this on the skin. What's happening there on the underside of her chin? Not so much on the other side there. Let's just let that be. So again, this is a 3D print from Loot Studios. I'm guessing the March release. Could be the April release, but I'm thinking March. It was the one that also I think had the pirate. Yeah, because I think the April release, that had all the kind of the Roman themed stuff with the gladiators and the emperor and stuff. I think I think that was the April theme for Loot Studios. I have some of those printed out too. When I get to those, I don't know. Trying to bring a few more lights into my skin tones here. Now, I need to get a little more something down in here too. Not sure what that would be, but I can use this, and I might see if I can get some of this lighter turquoise in here, and this is basically going to be almost dry brushed on here. So can you see that? Yeah, I think you can. I can even see some of the skin color that's already there that's kind of getting picked up by it. See that green starts to work its way up here? Oh man, that would be really hard to do with acrylics. I'm just saying. Not quite sure how the heck you'd even get the brush down there to do all that shading. Here I don't have to. We call it blind blending. I just have to stick the brush down there and it kind of just mixes itself. Oh, I gotta get some rust on that treasure chest there too. Might just do that next after this. And again, we've only been working on this 2.5 hours. Uh, even for me, when I look up there, I say, seriously, 2.5 hours. Okay, I'll take it. Now, Stila, I keep thinking about that Tarrasque that you painted. I don't know if you want to remember that Tarrasque, but well, actually, you've got pictures of that. You want to post it? That would be cool too. But just how gigantic that thing was, and I would imagine there were probably some areas on that that weren't the easiest to reach. Just if it were just because of the size of the thing, it was talk about a monstrous beast. And I guess if you were to do him again today, would is there something where you say, oh man, okay, I could just do something like this now? Because I there's so many times where I look back at a figure or something like that. I say, well, gee, I wish I knew this. Because of course it's like anything else, right? Like painting armies. You know exactly how that army should be painted when you're done with it. And it's okay, it's great. I'm done with it now. So see, we get a little bit of the green into the skin tone there. I might sneak a little more over here too. One day, one fine day, that will be done. You know, I'm going to change that a little bit. Get more of the lighter green in that. And that suddenly makes more sense. So you might see a little bit more expansion of these greens into her skin tones, because certainly would make them more interesting than just say, oh, okay, at this point, you know, like she's wearing the typical mermaid suit, right? Where it's just like the little sleeping bag on the lower half of you with the fin. Yeah, we're trying to go a little bit past that here. Again, that's that turquoise color. We're trying to work as much of that into the skin as we can, but still trying to get some of those reds in there too. To act as a little bit of a contrast there. I don't know, Nosferatu. That almost kind of sounds like a horror movie, right? Where the monster comes back or something like that. That's that's what that's reminding me of there. The way, oops, that brush is already sitting there. Do I have some of the fast matte out here that's relatively unsullied? I think so. Let me just get a little bit of thinner dropped onto that. It's so funny. There's all this purple on the palette here. That's not from this miniature. That's made it a little bit difficult. Is having about a third of the palette space is what I normally have. Again, because we were just filming this video here. So I guess you could say technically I've been streaming since, I don't know, about midnight. No, uh, maybe 11:45 or so. There was the 2 hours of video shot. Ah, look at this. We have potatoes. Potatoes. Boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew. Where is he? You're around here somewhere, aren't you, you little bugger? Where is Samwise? He's here somewhere. Oh well. Where's where's our golem? I gotta paint that golem up. So thank you so much. So everybody, please give Mike the Potato a follow. So Mike, I hope that your stream was really well. And again, everybody, please give Mike that follow. And of course, Mike, before you, I know you don't have any pictures of what you were just working on, but if you have any Discord links or Instagram links, any of that kind of good stuff. So was it a very long one of those really long streams? And well, hopefully you got a whole bunch done. at the same time. We'll throw a little bit more of our light on the gold right there. So 3.5 hour stream. Well, I'm glad that you could have some fun. And, well, now it's been a while since our usual sort of 11, 12 hour Saturday challenge streams. But it's always nice when you can get a nice long stream in there. Oh, you're all playing a game called Tales of Arise. Well, hopefully, well, it sounds like you had some fun. I, boy, I'm really hoping that there would be a way to swing live streaming some games of Middle Earth Strategy Battle Game. I don't know quite how that would work yet, or if it's even possible. I do hope it is. You know what? I think I'll get some lighter lights into the hair. So a little bit of a roller coaster, some ups and some downs, some triumphs and some tragedies, but ultimately vanquishing of all the enemies. If I can lighten this up too, that would be really good right here on the top of that, well, crown-ish type thing. And then there's that little gem that's there. And then these crazy things. I'm going to go back into those with some Prussian blue. Prussian blue. I was thinking the green. Oh, maybe phthalo green, Prussian blue together. Well, let's see where that takes us here. And we'll just darken those down for right now. Something like that. All the way over here. Somehow that... Oh, I think there's a little bit of the support dots in there or something. Okay. Yeah, Mike, again, I'm glad that you were able to have some fun with that. Now, was it, were you sort of streaming, was it like a tabletop simulator? Because I have seen, for War of the Ring, the board game, there's some folks, oh, that reminds me, I should watch one of their battle, I haven't seen one of their battle reports in a long time. But they just use the tabletop simulator. They also use the actual board game, but it's actually easier to see if you're watching it on YouTube. It's actually easier to see it when they use the tabletop simulator. All right, I'm gonna get the Egyptian violet in there, so we're gonna wander back over here to Egyptian violet. So story-driven RPG. Okay, that's very fun. It's been a long time since I last did some RPG stuff. Last chance I had was, the last Pyro Club charity stream. That's right. And ironically enough, that was the last time where I streamed until about 7:30 or 8 in the morning or something like that, because he was doing a 24-hour charity stream. I think I streamed myself for 6-7 hours or something like that, and then streamed with them for another 6 hours. That was interesting. This so far has been a very short stream, just 2.5 hours long. And when it started, this figure had no paint on it at all whatsoever. It was devoid of color. We were talking about adding some rust here. Why don't we do that? Terra Rosa. The asphaltum, we'll begin with that, and of course it's got to be more of a pinline wash type of a version here. And of course, that's just like what we would do on one of our vehicles, right? That's the same Terra Rosa right there. Now here, not so much rust on a desert vehicle, but you could see with the same kind of thing, the pin line washes on this. That's what we're going to do here on the treasure chest. And I think we got that liquid enough. Boom, especially around the little rivets there. I did a couple of 24-hour live streams. Oh, thanks, Mike Potato. So thank you so much. Oh, and thanks, of course, again for the raid. Appreciate that. Boom, a little bit more here. Now, this was another one of our recent streams. This Kieran, another very colorful one right here. That's a 3D print from Lost Kingdoms. And then, of course, well, here is, this was our Saturday stream right there. That was 5.5-ish hours or so, start to finish on this. And you can see just how big that is. I didn't think it was that much bigger than the Mermaid, but it is. But thanks, Mike. I really do appreciate that. See, we got our rust happening here now. Yeah, this is almost like the old YouTube days where I would start streaming at 2 something in the morning. Because here, I still have at least an hour and a half, if not 2 hours to go yet here. Oh gosh, I almost somehow forgot that these needed to have a little bit of corrosion on them too. And this is another one of our army painting series here. Speaking of corrosion, so we did lots of that on the armor. Again, done with the oils, the same perline black here. And just like what we did here on the sword and on that chest, did the same thing here. Now we'll be coming back in with some of the lighter Terra Rosa rust colors. But first, blending brush here. So you can see we got all these crazy little edges here. Well, we did until we did this, right, and make all those edges go bye-bye. See, look at that. We'll just take this brush here. Poof, edges, right, all gone, nice and soft now. You know what, I'm just gonna use the straight up Terra Rosa. And of course, well, I usually have something like a cadmium yellow out there for the lightest rust, but being underwater, I don't know if I really want the lightest rust. Actually, I'm going to print out some more of those Medbury Corsairs of Umbar so that we can start working on those. Gotta paint up that army too, because we want to have that war at sea, right? Middle Earth war at sea. We want to have that between Dol Amroth and the Corsairs of Umbar. So gotta start painting some Corsairs. Also have to assemble those Dol Amroth. I have some painted. Hey, Frayed Brush, how are you doing? So in addition to giving Mike the Potato a follow, also please give Frayed Brush a follow. So Frayed Brush, you want to shout yourself out there in the chat. Armored Wolf he's still very busy with his show and doing all that kind of stuff. So yeah, go ahead, shout yourself out there so that people can be there ready to follow you. Now let me see what I can do here on the ground here. Might just use this. We'll take a little bit of our brilliant yellow pale here. And let's hit this. But you can see how it's mixing. Look at that darker color. That pre-glaze hasn't been touched in almost 3 hours. Yet it's like a zenithal that we can mix with, we can blend with, we can use it. And everybody, please again check out please Frayed Brush. Actually, Frayed Brush, when we're going to be streaming next, so that people can get a heads up and be all set for your next live show. What's happening over here? Yeah, some of that. Yeah, I'm gonna get me some more of that here too. I mean, I don't want it to look like sand on the shore. It's supposed to be underwater here. Now, I would love to be able to use those the vellum plants from Wicked Elf to try and do some seaweed here. I don't know if it's gonna work out that way. It might not. It would be really cool if it did, though. All right, maybe less of the pale yellow pale, a little bit more of the white here potentially, like that. Ooh, how about some here too? Over there. And what's happening here? Also some light there. Now that I might just take some of my, just some primer, some of my black primer, I think. Oh yeah, yeah, Mike Potato, please definitely shout yourself out there. Well, Frey Brush, boy, I'm sorry to hear about that. We are very familiar with crazy stuff like those that I mean, you can't really do anything, right? You just kind of you're an observer. You can try and help where you can, and so really sorry to hear about that. And hopefully that all gets better really, really, really quick. And I'm sure there's just a little bit of lingering, you know, even if you're totally fine from one of those things, it kind of sticks in your mind a little bit, doesn't it? So everybody, please again give Mike the Potato that follow again. Armored Wolf, he is busy, not able to be able to do his usual linky things, and all of our other sort of guest moderators, they are also more sensibly asleep right now. That's for sure. All right, so that. See, I had to do this to get a chance to say, okay, how light is this stuff actually? And now I've got, it's all about context, right? Now I think I have the context that I need. I don't really know if I need to go that much lighter. Actually, I might go darker, if anything. Might actually make that darker instead of lighter. So here, let me just get this. I had to get that cleaned off because that's acrylic paint. So now, geez, when did that happen? When did that happen, Fraber? That had to be pretty darn recent because I don't remember the last time we were talking. And of course, if you had, I apologize. My memory is definitely not where it should be these days. So if you it's already actually had happened, a week or two ago, and I just have spaced on it, I do apologize. Oh no, geez, Mike. I saw somebody telling you to get some rest, so you go do that. And again, everybody, please give Mike that follow, because that's what's really cool about Twitch. That is the great thing about Twitch. Now here again, I was talking about making some of this darker, right? Very simple, just a little Van Dyke brown. Essentially, dry brushing that in. That's not a color that would just, you couldn't just paint this over the top like it was acrylics. Well, you can't here because it's mixing together anyways, right? Now, oh, thanks for the lurk, Mike. Oh, you know what? We need to maybe get some lighter browns on that too. Don't want to forget that. So yeah, frayed brush. I'm sure that's just going to, well, it kind of messes with your sense of security. That's for sure. And can take a little bit of a while to get that back, I'm sure. Now, there's some areas in here. I was almost tempted to go with a little bit of the green, but this is, believe it or not, if a color goes somewhere, right, my rust, it must go everywhere. I'm putting it up here in the hair. So this is actually the darker rust color that now is being used here on the hair to get a little bit shading up here. Again, and that's mixing. That's not some glaze right there. That's actually mixing together on the spot here. There, I actually did a little pin line wash with it. Yeah, frayed brush. It's just, and of course there no magic wands, right? No magic wands to just make that stuff kind of just go away. And you're just sort of an observer. You're a passenger on that particular journey, and you wish you could do something to make stuff better. What are we doing down here? So I still would like to somehow maybe get a little bit of greens. I can see some in here. Remember, that's where we're taking the radiant green mixed with the Indian yellow to do a little bit of a highlight thing on the hair. But you can see we're taking some of these highlights and just sort of dragging those across, right? Just dragging those across. Now here, maybe we'll let that hair get a little darker. Some of these lights here might be a little too light. This is again the magic of the oils. Now with the ear, let me see. Instead of doing that a fleshy color, let me see if I can't do the end of that in the same sort of turquoise here. Just like we got going over here, because I'm seeing these little points on the ears. Okay. Yeah, see, that stands out from the hair a little bit more. Oh, thanks, Dirk Dan again. Well, that's always appreciated. And yeah, frayed brush, that's like you say, just that when can you finally just sort of let the guard down? When can you finally relax and not just think that light that you thought was the end of the tunnel was just the train coming at you? Oh, thanks, Dirk Dan again. Appreciate that. And let's see, what was our other very recent video here? This is chapter 8. We've done 8 different Space Marine chapters. This is Iron Hands. This is the latest one. This is also with the oil paints. Freehand. There's some freehand designs on there, but the big thing is the blackened steel. That's the big thing on that one. Is using the oil paints to get a blackened steel look. Am I going to go with more lights over here, or do I come back? I'm going to go dark. Let's shift that over towards the dark, and I've got somewhere here, there you are, indigo and black spinel. I don't know. See, darker. When in doubt, make things darker. We say it all the time. All right, frayed brush. Well, again, take care, and hope she recovers really, really, really fast, and you just don't have to be dealing with that anymore. Regular life has enough challenges without that sort of challenge. None of us needs to enhance the challenge level. That's for video games and RPGs. That's not for us in our regular lives. We don't need that sort of stuff. Also taking some of that green, bringing it down here, because again, color goes somewhere, must go everywhere, right? And thank you so much, Dirk Danigan. The latest YouTube, actually, well, I do have a shortened version of this that will go up on the YouTube channel in a few days. Oh, here it is. We've got this one up on the YouTube channel. We also have that Salon Priest, again, a shortened version of this right here. For those that are interested in some of the crazy shenanigans that went on with those. And thank you so much, Dirk Dan, again, for shouting out that Army Painter pledge level. Basically, you get everything, every single video that I've ever done since 2013. Yeah, you get every single painting video that I've ever filmed over the last almost 10 years. That's kind of scary. Well, which is why you have that insane number of hours that Dark Danigan was talking about. Holy smokes! I might, I might just have to do some kind of weird 10-year anniversary thing. Oh gosh. Well, I still might have some versions of those Reaper miniatures. Oh my gosh. That would be, wouldn't that be interesting, Dark Danigan? Is to, if I can, find a Reaper miniature from those old painting pyramid ones, but do it again in oils. Oh, thanks, Dano. Yeah, Thranduil, it's so funny because I think those guys, they're, well, obviously for certain reasons they're having some trouble creating content, but we just forge right ahead here, don't we? We just forge right on ahead. So I don't know, maybe that's something I'm going to have to do. Maybe I'll just have to see if I can't find an old Reaper miniature like one of the ones that we used in the old painting pyramid videos and see if we can do a modernized oil version of it. Now, it's not just darks that we're adding here. That's indigo. So that's actually a dark blue that we are adding to our, what I'm guessing is supposed to be gold. We'll just make it gold, I suppose. Again, trying to reforge some lines here.
Who enters my domain?
Well, looky here, it's a tater kind of a night because we got Speck of Spud, we had Mike the Potato, now we got Speck of Spud. Speck, how the heck are you doing? Nice to see you again. We're gonna tag team each other, right, Speck? Because, well, with my new crazy stream times here. So everybody, please give Speck of Spud that follow. And for all of our new little viewers here, 2 hours and 57 minutes ago, this had no paint on it. Yeah, even me, I'm actually kind of looking at it, go, wow, that is just less than 3 hours right there. Oh, I like that, Dark Dan again. Actually, could you? This is going to sound weird, but actually, usually Armored Wolf and Bitswan and other folks, when I say, could somebody shoot me a message just to remind me of that? Because we'll come up with something, even like a Book of Wapples saying, and I'll say, look, I'm going to forget that 2 seconds from now. So actually, stupid request, but if you could actually just shoot me that in a message so I don't forget, because that's a really, that I like that, I love that name. That should be a new series, right, Dark Danigan? Hey, Vale Broom. Vale Broom, it is 5:48 in the morning here. The sun's basically up. I mean, it's sort of, I guess you could still say it's sort of a twilight, but well, of course, well, let's see, it's June 14th. We're just, well, 1 week away from the summer solstice, right? Yeah, we're just 1 week away from the summer solstice. That's the longest day of the year. So around 4:30 it starts getting light here. Yeah, this is again not the usual time that I'd be streaming. Actually, Dark Dan again. What I can try and do is Oh, well, send me another reminder, and if you just shoot me an email, and then I can just send you the whole list of links again. And actually, oh, anybody that's out there in the chat that's also doing the Patreon thing, uh, if you want to just shoot me an email and just say, hey, could you just shoot me the links so that I can have them all reorganized? I would do that on Patreon, but the list is so long, I'd have to divide it up into like 5 chunks. So yeah, Nixel's still here, or welcome back. Either still here or welcome back. And thanks again, Nixel. And now that I've got your message there, I can uh, I can write you back via Twitch here. So I appreciate that. And then I can, because it's a long story that goes back now actually a few months. Well, actually more than a few months. We just didn't realize it. Well, thanks, Nixel. That definitely releases the sphincter a bit, which of course, you know, gauging by how many mini wheats I might have eaten on a given day, that could be that could be somewhat raucous, but we'll take it. We'll take it. Also, we'll take here is a couple of shots of the indigo also in the hair. So there was an awful lot of support nubs. Yeah, that yeah, that I know not all pucker up is good. Yeah, being puckered is not always good. Not necessarily. What do we got going on here? More of that indigo. So that's actually a dark blue that we are using to shade some of our light blonde hair. Ooh, we got the green over here. We never did put it on that shoulder. So once again, back to the phthalo green, and doing that same crazy little dry brushy thing. That's all, letting it mix with the color that's already there. Oh, look, see our hair stands out from that. It's probably the same value. Oh, we could do a film noir. We could do a film noir here. Let me do that real quick. So all of these, there's going to be plenty of shading, but watch this. There's no turquoise, there's no purple, there's no violets, there's no terra rosa, no golds, nothing. Shading, yes, but as you can see, color contrast, color intensity contrast. Look at what that provides. Provides an awful lot, doesn't it? Just like here, those two colors are pretty much the same exact value. The only thing that's different is that one is more of a yellowish color, the other is basically more of a green. Yeah, Nick, so it's I was hoping that I could get some of that green spread around. I haven't had a chance to do much with the violet side of things, but oh, speaking of, there's these scales here that also could be a little lighter. Maybe instead of doing all the violet here, I should maybe reflect some of that, which would mean this and this. So yeah, what we're trying to do here is almost, it's not quite a metallic effect here, but we're just trying to get a little bit of a sheen onto those scales right there in the form of maybe some sort of reflected light from this over here. And again, look, my hand is on that brush, further to the back of the brush, then to the front. None of this here, right? No grip in the ferrule of that brush. Caress the brush, don't crush the brush. So there's what we're gonna just do with the regular colors here. Because again, I wanted to print this one out again, right? Print it out again, and it's like this. So, oh, Nixel, did you ever see this one here? This is also on the Patreon page. So, just to show that non-metallic and true metallic have all the same principles. What makes one good makes the other one good. This bust from White Wolf Tavern, yeah, was so symmetrical. I basically divided him down the middle, and one half of him is in non-metallic, and the other half is in true metallic. And so that bust is painted in two completely different techniques, right? One half is non-metallic, the other half is metallic. So what I want to do is do this one again, but use the interference colors because I thought that would be really fun. So yeah, the interference colors, we would do this one again. Now, the thing is, of course, and it's such a bummer, but the metallic stuff just does not show up very well on camera. I mean, we've done, this is another one of our tutorial videos right here. That was all done with the interference colors. We did the oh, here our Ossiarchs also have interference colors on them, right? All of that's interference. All of the armor stuff has the interference paints. They're really fun. I enjoy the heck out of them. Hey, Blades. Yeah, Nixel, it's pretty wild. Boy, they do such neat thing. And Blades, this you didn't expect this, did you? I'm willing to bet that you're. Wait a minute, what? You probably thought this was like an expired alert or something like that. Yeah, it's well, like I was telling you, that's kind of how things went, and that's why we're doing this now. So yay! That I'm actually really glad. That's so cool. Well, let's see. So it's 5:56 here, so it's got to be 6. It's got to be almost 7 o'clock in the morning your time. So Blade, what was oh, this was yeah, it was this thing. That was the Saturday stream right there. And look at how monstrous that thing is. And then of course I was actually filming this until about 2 o'clock in the morning, and then I started streaming about quarter to 3 ish, something like that, I think, or was it quarter to 2? I don't know. I don't know at this point. My brain is not going to remember minor facts like that, like what my name is. But that what were we calling it? Oh, Painting Pyramid 2.0. That could be very interesting. I got to so I gotta look through the Reaper miniatures, see if I can find a couple of things, and do maybe do some of the original Painting Pyramid tutorials, but do them again with that modern twist of cheers. That's the modern twist. Thank you so much, Blades. Appreciate that. Well, Nick, so I hope you have a good exercise there. My exercise has gotten completely destroyed. I basically haven't really had much outside of running around in the house and running to the store, sometimes 2 or 3 times in a day, and there and back again. That's about all we've had time for exercise-wise, which is a bummer because I love me my exercise. But you have a good exercise session there. Let me see. Yeah, Blades. That was well, basically. Let's see. Was it 5:58 now? So in either an hour or an hour and a half, I was gonna have to be awake anyways. And I said, the heck with it. I gotta be there. So this way, I I don't have to set any alarms or whatever. I'll just stream with my friends, hang out with my friends here for as long as I can, and then deal with the rest of the day. Abokar, I've got some of my army painting series. Uh, I don't actually show, I can't film the printing process, but here, let me show you a couple of these things. Now, where's my dwarves here? So, oh, here we go. So these guys right here, I kind of take you through build. Now that was actually on the that's on the old Elegoo Mars, but here on some of the newer stuff like the Artisan Guild, I just kind of take you through the building of making a build plate with stuff. Also too on this series, also too on this series of videos right there, and of course, where's my oh, not the Macho Riders. I'll just get the actual miniature right here. Let me no, wait. Here it is. There they are. So I kind of take you through the process of constructing a build plate and how I clean the smoky black resin and that sort of thing. Now where's oh, I'll just bring that over here and work with this. Actually have some nice light color here to use on a couple of the rivets there, like so. So yeah, I talk about the frozen Sonic Mini 4K and the smoky black resin. Yeah, I know that not everybody uses that, but that's what I use. And it's really more the discussion about the build plate, which is important, I think, to try and kind of maximize what you're able to do as far as printing out your armies and such. And that'll mostly be in the army painting series. And then again, there's that Galadriel versus the Necromancer diorama. Oh geez, the 8K, holy smokes. Yeah, blew right by the 6K. Well, now they're practically on 10K, aren't they? I think they're just about there. They're not already there. So yeah, Blades, this is one that I've been thinking about painting for a while. I just have not had a chance to get to it yet. So it's been printed for a while. I basically tried to prep it as quickly as I could earlier tonight so that we could try and paint it here on the stream. Oh, thanks, Plate. And it's very simple colors. There's just we got some of the Egyptian violet up here, some phthalo green, and then into some Prussian blue, and then the Terra Rosa up there, and then obviously some of the phthalo green works its way into the skin tone, and some of the purple works its way down into the turquoise here. So pretty simple, not that complex. You don't need to have a whole complex thing of colors to be able to get some really nice combos. Sometimes just letting those colors mix is good enough. There. Yeah, so Ebakar, I think you've maybe heard some of the streams where I joke about here's the, it was going to be like a 2-minute video on things I wish I knew before I started printing, which then became like a 10-hour rant video because there's so many things that I did not know about printing that I just wish. Again, folks were well-meaning back in the early days, but they kind of skipped on some of the important stuff. Like, look, you need to know this. It's sort of like imagine me. I'm telling you all about the oil paints and this, that, and the other, but I don't tell you about the pre-glaze, or I don't tell you about this brush cleaner or something that works for the acrylics and for the oils. I leave out the fact that you're not using a wet palette, minor details like that. These huge things that in the early days nobody told me about that really would have been handy. So I try to basically infuse that into some of the videos. So essentially the stuff that I wish people had told me when I first got started that I had no idea about. You know what I will do here? I'm gonna actually see if I can get a little Terra Rosa down here. See if we can do that. Blades now again. Once you start doing your oil paint stuff there, uh, simple one one light color, one dark color. Give that a shot, right? Just kind of get and do those little color chart things. Don't even have to be on illustration board. It could just be on just well, not necessarily paper, but I mean you don't have to go all out or anything like that. Buying special stuff just for those. Now what was really important, actually was being able to use these bigger brushes, right? Like these filberts here, and just well, obviously the pre-glaze they were already mixed just with the pre-glaze, and then once I started to get into these doing the little, dragging that along to do the highlight stuff, it really it kind of does it for you. Now that it's a little bit of an acquired skill sort of to really get a handle on the control of that, but once you do, the magic can happen, and it doesn't have to be difficult. That's the nice thing. Doesn't have to be difficult. Doesn't have to be laborious. Because if your fun enjoyment thing is more tedious and more work than your actual work, my goodness, are you really gonna ever want to do that? I mean, this is my actual work here, but I mean, I really enjoy the heck out of doing this. Obviously, the age-old question of you've got that magical winning lottery ticket, you can do whatever you want. I would paint just as many miniatures as I do now, or more, and I would make a lot more terrain, and I would get to keep it all. So that's uh, that's all yay for me. I like that. I get to keep all the miniatures. Would have to, well, kind of knock down next two or three houses on either side of us to, make some gaming space. Get some tables in there. Probably have to knock down at least two houses just to store all the miniatures and terrain. So those would just be kind of turned into a warehouse district or something like that, just for miniatures and terrain. I mean, it's all for the greater good, which is miniature painting. As we saw, a couple of lights right on the edge of those kills. Not all of them, just those, right? Otherwise, these not gonna look like they're in shadow, are they? These scales, as they transverse down this way, we also need to catch a couple of bits of light here, like so. Yeah, I don't know. There's a part of me that's gonna wonder that I don't know. I might have to do.
So say we all.
Maybe we're gonna have to go to this schedule. Oh, and thanks, Blades, for the gift sub. Ah, Moe, look at that. Moe gets a gift sub. Thank you so much, Blades. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. Yeah, actually, Moe, I'm serious. We would need there's barely enough room in this house to already have the terrain and the minis and stuff. And now that well, I'm gonna be trying to get all the Song of Ice and Fire stuff prepped for stuff like this, for tutorials. The Conquest stuff has not arrived yet. I mean, it's just as well with the situation everything is in right now. It's just as well that it hasn't shown up yet. But when that does, that should be some fun stuff to paint, especially since it's a 40mm scale or bigger. So, hey Blades. Now Blades, if uh, I guess who knows? Maybe more people will be able to catch the stream if I don't start. I'll just start streaming at 2 something o'clock in the morning now. I guess maybe. I mean, it's still like that wouldn't exactly be difficult for our European friends because that would make it about 10-ish in the morning for them. And maybe then you could catch it. Maybe I mean, Megan could catch it without having to be up in the middle of the night or past the middle of the night. Moe, you know what's funny? As much as I love the 3D printer for miniatures, I'm almost liking it as much, if not more, for those basing bits, because those are so cool. And those are things that I used to have to either sculpt or try and buy or whatever. So again, trying to get a few little lights here right along the top of that edge there. So it's at 1 p.m. there, and of course, well, Dano, if it's 6:10 in the morning here, it's got to be. What is it, about 9:10 for you, or is it 8:10 for you over there? It doesn't go out that much at all. Okay. Well, Blades, it just basically. I think I might just need to be there in the early morning hours, just because things not going so great. So I might need to be there also in the early morning hours to help with things. And yeah, it's 6:10 in the morning now. Oh wow, I wasn't that far off. Of course, I would love to be able to print some terrain. That would be absolutely fabulous. So it's 1:10 in Belgium, and Moe. Let's see, you're not in the Flemish area, right? I know you said. I'm sorry that I'm spacing on that. I apologize, but I think you said which part of Belgium that you were in. I think it's the you were in the northeastern part, right? No, I think you were in the southwest.
So say we all.
And thank you so much, Blades, because I could, Blades. I don't have any cough drops. Kathy has them all, so there was a point where my voice was really not doing so well. On the other side, okay. So Slacker, a couple of things. Now, I don't know if you've heard me talking about that. It's basically one of those gel-filled wrist rests, right, for people that do a lot of typing on keyboards and the whole carpal tunnel thing and all that. My elbows are resting on that. The magnifier light also helps, but no matter what, what's really important is actually stretching out afterwards. So I actually have just a junky old exercise mat, and I have some leg weights that I wear, and I'll just kind of get down on that mat and I'll just sort of stretch things out. So after being hunched over for a while, I basically try and sort of uncork everything by doing those stretches with the weights. I thought you said that the French part there, Moe. Sorry about that. Again, my brain is just not. Stila. So Stila, Poirot. We actually have a stuffed animal named Poirot, and one of my goblins on the Mimes of Moria, his name is Poirot. Oh yeah, yes indeed. I don't know if we've seen every single episode of Poirot, but we've seen a good portion of them. Or oh, that's right. That was good. I was gonna do if I was still doing that charity RPG stream with uh, the oh gosh, what the heck are the Pyro Club? I actually had a halfling master sommelier who was going to act just like Poirot. He was going to be the living embodiment of Poirot. Still, it's definitely well. Speaking of terrifying here, some of this. Well, again, you can't unsee the mimes of Moria. So jetez-moi that says toss me. We love the mimes. There they are. There they are. There's a parasol guy. There's the chainsaw guy. But look at this. They wear top hats. They wear chef's hats. Now, why he doesn't have the baguette in his oven hand, I don't know. They're not the smartest little lieutenant in the world. But there's Charles de Gaulle. He only has 2 stars, but oh, see, he's got the dapper mustache there. Why do you need stars? Because you have these stars. That's Francois and Pierre. Those guys, they were master sommeliers. They were not interested in blocking or tackling or any of that rough stuff. As you can see, they enjoy like a fine Chablis, a Pinot Noir, something like that. And speaking of Poirot, see the see the guy with the pink hair on the left? That's Poirot right there. So yeah, these were done in 2006. There weren't plastic goblins then. They were just metal goblins, old metal goblins, and we took those and we chopped them apart just like those two trolls, and we made some modifications. So Abacar, just like as Stila was saying, I'm using a magnifier light. So the magnifier light again puts the lens or puts the light in between me and the lens. And this is a small one. It's a 3 times magnifier, but I do actually have one that's a 7 times. There's actually some really nice 5 times diopter ones. So yeah, the old mimes of Moria, and of course Sauron says, "Ha, you know what they found in the deep." Of course, we've had our Ms. Balrog right here. So yeah, that made for some intro. Oh, blades! Oh my gosh, blades! If you can find the clips, look at some of the clips that Bithron did of the interactions between Gandalf and the Ms. Balrog right there. Yeah, that was. It got a little spicy after a while. It got just a little bit spicy. So you might need to check that out. Very unexpected. Very unexpected. I was surprised. Who knew that Gandalf was into certain things? We knew he was into the pipe weed and all that, but apparently Gandalf has many tastes. So we'll get some of this lighter way into the hair. Boy, if I can, I might try to still get some of the phthalo green onto that ear, but not right now. Yeah, Moe, again, I gotta figure out just what's the best way to take all those clips that Bithron has done. I know that we had thought about basically having that be a loop video that runs when I'm not streaming. So it would just be demented Middle Earth theater for hours and hours and hours every single day. Imagine, yeah, Moe, imagine that. The puppet shows would just literally be running 24 hours a day except while I'm streaming. An endless chain of puppet shows. Alex the Cave Troll, Schmaladriel, Dark Schmaladriel. It would be so demented, and it would just play on a loop over and over again, hours and hours, until The black Tolkien helicopters landed on the lawn and took me away. Oh, let's see. Oh, so the base rate, the pre-glaze was Van Dyke Brown pretty much. Then there was some kind of dirty lighter color, probably some of the brilliant yellow pale, a little bit of the radiant violet mixed together, and also some of the asphaltum. And then ultimately there's actually some green in there. So there's actually a little bit of green into that too. So that was pretty fun. Here, let me see if we can throw a couple of lights. Boom, here. Maybe one little bit of light right over there. And a little bit of light over here. Again, not a ton, not a ton. Oh, thanks, Dirk Danigan. Yeah, so it's a magnifier light. It's a lens, and again, the light is in between you and the minute. That is so important because there's no shadows cast or anything like that. All right, we've lightened up the swords there now. So blades. Now, when you see the film noir, you'll see a lot of shading here, but man, watch what happens when all of the, like with the flesh tone, the greens, the even some of the reds in there, and then the turquoise, the blues, the purple, all that goes away. Still plenty of shading, right? But none of this, right? None of this turquoise, none of the purples, none of that stuff. So here, let's bring it back. Look at the difference there, right? That's pretty wild to see. Just same value basically, but totally different colors there. Uh, that's still in the shadows there, so I'm not going to do too much more on that. I will hit that just a bit more with some light there. I think we're good on that. Maybe not much more on the treasure chest here. And again, this is from Loot Studios. It's a 3D print. This could be their March release. I'm pretty sure the April release was all of the Roman theme stuff. I have no idea what their May release was. Somebody else could maybe tell me what it was. I don't remember what the May release was, and I don't even know what the June release was. So, if somebody who has a way better memory than me could fill me in on what the May and June releases were, I don't remember what the heck they were. I have no clue right now. I spend most of my time just trying to remember what area code I live in right now. So yeah, that treasure chest did a little bit of rust on that. Again, fairly simple, nothing too complicated. All right, we'll lighten that up a smidge too, yeah. More over here and potentially steal a little bit of light up into there. Maybe out here in the center of the arm. Like that. And like this. So Abokar, it's... I can't really say that it's more user-friendly than it used to be as far as the printing goes. Uh, you'll want to look some things up in advance, though. It is... I don't want to say it's plug and pray, but it's closer to that than plug and play. It's not the easiest thing in the world, especially if you haven't done it before. Uh, just kind of doing a little bit of research, not a bad idea. All right, Daniel, thank you so much for hanging out. Oh yeah, thanks, Mitch. Mitch, it was the portals. I think what it is. Oh, you know what? As I saw their preview for July or whatever, yeah, or for June or whatever it was, I saw their. I think it was for July, I guess, and I'm kind of getting that mixed up with it. So thanks again, Dano, for hanging out. I really appreciate that. This is again such an unusual time for me to be streaming. I know. But if it actually lets some of our friends like Blades actually finally get a chance to catch a stream live, well, so much the better. And yeah, Avoca, there's so many things that uh, nobody ever told me about. That it was to the point where I almost gave up on 3D printing because I thought I was doing something wrong. I thought, well, this is clearly me. I have no idea what I'm doing, and maybe I shouldn't have a 3D printer because I just don't know what I'm doing. And it turned out, no, I knew what I was doing. Oh, I actually knew what I was doing more than some of the folks that were trying to advise me. So a little bit of studying up is not a bad thing. So, whatever the printer is that you have, maybe just look up some videos on it. Some of those do's and don'ts can't hurt. I might try to sneak a few lights out on the end of this here. So, there we go. Yeah. Oh, you made the Jason model that you painted. Actually, yeah, Blades. Go ahead and tag me on that. It's so much easier when people do that. So much easier because then I don't get well I don't get the time to really search IG anymore. I used to try to do that because I know I want to make sure I know what people are doing because then I can ask in the chat and stuff maybe how a current project is going and maybe have some idea what that current project is now here. See, I haven't really touched with that since the prelays. Let me see if I can. Yes, we can do this. You can see I'm not doing layers of paint. I'm just letting that one there get in. Now let's go a little lighter again. Yeah, oh Blades, that's well, that's even better. That you know I'll see. Oh, and thanks for the care package in advance too. Sorry about that. I knew that was trying. There was something I was trying to remember. Couldn't spit that out, and then I finally remembered. Cause yeah, all that stuff is gone, and well, it'll be nice little resupply. I won't complain. I will not complain. Oh, Atlas does the oh geez, that's cool, Bina. That's really cool. Yeah, the archvillain supports those tend to be pretty darn rock solid. I have to say. All right, I'm gonna see if I can get a little bit of light right there on the, and no, a little more. And what I'm after here, well, first of all, don't be hasty. Also, here, kind of after it, like, see this area, they got that little bit of light that's there in the corner of the mouth there. That's something I would like to get on here since, well, it's a large enough figure that we could try and show that. So let's see if we can do that here. But thanks again, Blades. Anything would certainly be very, very welcome. So I will enjoy that for sure. One more shot. Just trying to get that little bit of light above and then down in there. Okay, that added a little more structure. Geez, I guess I can go. Wow, I didn't think I could go that much later, but I guess I can. There. Over here too. And now this, I'm going to actually do a little bit of that stippling, almost like the freehand that you see sometimes. Oh, blades, I am, well, when you're the youngest of seven and you've done a lot of Boy Scout stuff, you don't get picky about pretty much anything because you've pretty much just been handed uh, whatever is left over, whatever conditions it's in. So you learn to just appreciate anything. You never say no. What I want to do is put in a light right. Boom. There. Let's try the other one. Okay. I think sort of did that. Can always come back with the dark. Here, I think I need to restore the edge on that. And then this never really did get the kind of sheeting that I wanted. It's just a bunch of lines here. Weedbacks, bonjour, bonjour. Nice to see you back. Hello, hello, or allo, hello, should I say. Nice to see you again. Why don't I lighten this up a little bit more? And then one more shot right there. And then again, look at again where my hand. Look at this. It's further towards the back of the brush than the front of the brush. Very important. And a couple more lights on the face. So yeah, blades pretty much. You talk about eating on the run. It's like drive-by eating. I'll be trying to make the special diet food and stuff like that for Kathy, and then me, I'm just like, well, okay, there's a hot dog. I'll shove that in the microwave while I'm doing this other thing, and then just like walking back and forth, eating that hot dog, and then it's like, oh look, here's some deli ends that I found at the store. Hey, Lamines. So yeah, Lamines. I didn't even start streaming until let's see, 3 hours 42 minutes ago. So yeah, it was about I think it was it 2:45 or was it 1:40? Because I actually filmed this video. I didn't even start filming this until midnight. I filmed the whole video, and then we've been streaming this. So basically, been at the computer here since oh geez, yeah, 6 hours and 32 minutes at least now. So nice to see you again, Lamines. Here, let's fire in a little more light right there. So yeah, Lamines, that'll be the tutorial. I'll be posting that one to the Patreon page. What the heck is this? The 14th. So yeah, I think on the 16th or 17th, that one will get posted to the Patreon page. That's a Dark Sword video. And I hope that you're doing well there, Lamines. I want to see if I can't really finalize some of these lines. And now I'm going to go the other way and do this. Some of this is almost more reflected light than anything else. Okay. Yeah, Lumines, I was telling Blades that there might be more of these kind of streams where I basically just don't even start streaming until like this, 2-something o'clock in the morning, because in either a half an hour or an hour, I need to help Kathy with her medicine in the morning. So I thought instead of me futilely trying to like set an alarm or something like that, I would just stream until it was that time. So blades, there's actually a lot of stuff going on in the hair. The pre-glaze was actually a mix of Indian yellow and some of the asphaltum. Then I even went to see this greenish yellow color here. Some of that went into the hair. That was a bit of a more of a dry brush like this with one of our big brushes there. We did some darker glazing of actually a rust color down here in some of the darker portions of the hair. Went even darker with some of the asphaltum. And well, that's kind of what we're doing here. We're going back to some of the darker stuff again. Then there was some Indian yellow mixed with a brilliant yellow pale to get some more highlights in there. So many different aspects to the color in the hair. Just there's so much of it that we wanted to make sure we had a little variety, not just lighter grades of yellow and darker tans. We've got some reds in here. We've got some. I might even try to get a little bit more of the green in there too. Yeah, so I have a feeling that for the foreseeable future, this could be a possible new streaming time. Now, again, it could all be totally different tomorrow because that's how this has been. It's today is one thing, tomorrow is the opposite, and then the next day is something brand new. So we can only just sort of roll along with each punch. But it is there's it like a it is nice that you can actually get to see one, right? And not have to be up at weird o'clock in the morning. And well, other folks too. See, I even put a little bit of that yellowish green right there on the so-called gold. And I might keep doing that. That's looking for some reflected light now. That's going to be very important. Gotta get that reflected light in here. Now here on the hair, this was where we put that the little bit of that phthalo green down in there, just like what we have on this shoulder, but also to make a bit of a color separation from the hair, not a value separation. Yeah, Blades, well, at least sleeping through. I know you were hoping that was going to happen a long time ago. Yeah, that was something you thought was you weren't going to have to be waiting weeks and weeks for. Every dog is different, I suppose. Every situation is different. Now here we haven't really gotten the lighter. Some of these, not all of them. Trying to catch a couple of lights there. That's it. No more than that. The skin here on the yeah, see on the back of the hands there. Let's go back to our Terra Rosa mix here. Let me see if I can get a little bit of light on these knuckles. We did it on the other hand, just somehow didn't do it on this. It might have been a raid or something like that when I was just about to do that. That happens sometimes. We do appreciate all the raids that we got. I think Speckus Bud was probably our most recent one. But we say thanks to everybody that did raids tonight because that's always fun. And I think tonight was extra crazy because this is such an unusual time for me to be streaming. So I think we had even more surprised folks in here. And of course, 3 hours and 48 minutes ago, this had no paint on it. This whole entire thing here, 3 hours and 48 minutes. I'm not saying, I'm just saying. It's possible for you too. Might take a little practice. Just like 3D printing, little bit of a learning curve, you would say. Well worth it though. And ultimately, of course, the oils are far more durable than acrylics. We've got plenty of folks that have been using the oils now over the last 2 years or so that have been using them on their gaming miniatures or whatever, and they've said, "Oh yeah, those things take a beating, and they're just fine." Again, taking a little bit of a blending brush to that. Where's my? There we go. There we go. Here, a little bit more of that lighter sand color down there. Do I need to? Might as well see if I can't do a little bit here on the tail. Phthalo green, a little bit of the white. Ooh, that's a little too much thinner. Don't want to have a pin line wash. That's not what we're looking for here. No pin line wash. We're just looking to catch a little bit of an edge there. Not so much on that side. Okay, there we are. Poof. And we'll continue here. I think I could use a little more light on these scales here. Not too much. It's almost as much reflected light as it is any sort of highlight. Scales aren't necessarily metal, but they kind of, if they want to have that shiny look, we need to give those some kind of reflected light, which is what's going to happen down here. We did this on the other side too. Get on those scales, trying to find that reflected light. More light over here. Same down there. And that's got that greenish color to it, mostly because of the stone, if anything else. I mean, it is sort of greenish anyway, but the stone of the rock there. All right, I think that just about does it for those. Hey, Quiz. It's funny, Quiz. So I was just mentioning that this very bizarre stream time here could be good for you and Megan because it's 7:41 in the morning there. Yeah, I was not expecting to be streaming right now, that's for sure. So, Quiz, I hope that you're doing well. We are on, well, let's see. I think we've been up at least 20 hours now. At least, maybe longer. Yeah, but basically 4 hours ago we started streaming. So yeah, 2:42 in the morning, thereabouts, started streaming. Almost like the old days of Facebook Live. Yeah, Quiz. It got interesting. Oh, thanks, Quiz. Um, Speaking of which, Kathy has all of the cough drops, so my voice kind of went wonky a couple hours ago, and basically there was just this. That's all it was. Quiz. Actually, oh, what am I thinking? Not entered that. See, unfortunately, the caffeine doesn't do anything. It's weird. It just really doesn't do anything. Sugar does, though. Sugar helps. Mounds of sugar, that would work. Yes, a sudden infusion of sugar provided by, oh, chocolate, maple syrup, um, Lucky Charms. Trying to think of things in the house that have sugar in them. Now, of course, well, can't get to any kind of beverages, but which is why we want the medicine cabinet in here, which could, in theory, closely resemble a mini fridge. It's not a mini fridge, it's a medicine cabinet. Now, all that's in there is medicine. That's all that's in there. Now, of course, I also was thinking if I had a microwave in here, it'd be a full service kitchen and streaming area. Full service kitchen, maybe even, I don't know, maybe a little a hibachi in here, right? So we could do some indoor barbecuing because that works really well. That would be that would be stupendous indoor barbecue. Boy, that would be tasty. That would be quite tasty. Actually, at this point, food of any kind would be super tasty. Because I'm trying to think. Yeah, well, now once it's 6:45 now. Pretty sure the last time we ate something was 9 something o'clock, maybe. Whatever I found in the fridge. I think it was some cheese ends. Yeah. Go to your deli, ask for ends. It's all the stuff that, and sometimes it's not just ends. Sometimes it's actually just like slices of deli meat that people said, I want 10 pounds of this. And they said, okay, it'll be that much. And they say, oh, I don't want 10 pounds of that. And instead of throwing it away, they actually kind of bundle that up and they put it in the around the deli, and it's available for a fraction of the price. You could even take some of those and chop them up and put them in salads. That's what I've done in the past. I don't want to get this too light here. Is this now we still need some over here, but I sort of like that darker, almost grayish green right there. It makes that turn much more interesting of the skin there. And a little more reflected light there. What's going on with these? Nah, I'm gonna see if I can maybe throw a few little strands of our green into the hair. Seriously, say a little green into the hair where I can. So quiz. Oh, I saw I was sent some pictures of some of the wee ones there watching some 40K going on, trying to basically make some new players out of that. And well, I guess we now is there any potential game that's scheduled for this weekend coming up? I know we're a long ways away from that. It's only Tuesday, but wasn't sure if you got yourself maybe a game scheduled at all. What the heck? What the heck? I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna throw a couple of the shots of green onto this right here. And then, oh, actually, the way this, I didn't really realize how they did structure this here. Let's, it's nice that they don't just have these fins coming out of just nowhere. Then a little more, again, of the turquoise work its way into there. Then also here, something like that. Now, what about this? I want to see if I can't work some of the green into there too. Now, I had thought about doing, I was like, creating the impression of scales here or something like that, but then I thought, nah, I'll just go with the nice soft shading of green here. That should be good enough. All right, Blades, you have a good one. And I'll shoot you some messages during the day too. So thanks so much for the gift subs, and well, glad that I could actually say hello in actual language in person. And we'll also say hello to Lord Dave. How you doing? Nice to see you, Lord Dave. Oh, Lord Dave, did you see the? This is a Ms. Balrog right here. So that's Gandalf had quite the interaction with this thing. Look at how big it is. That's fairly gargantuan. Grosso, how you doing? Nice to see you again. Oh, and Dave, I'm not sure. Did you ever get to see these guys on the movement tray? I know you saw them being painted, but I don't think you saw them all magnetized on the movement tray. So, yep, those guys are all done. Yeah, Queez, if you check out some of the clips that Bithron did of the interaction between Gandalf and that particular Ms. Balrog there, it was revealing. It was very revealing. We learned some new things about Gandalf in some of those clips. Oh, no problem, Grosso. No problem. I hope that you're doing well, and good morning. I always I try to follow folks as when I can on Instas, of course, so that I don't miss all the cool things that people are posting. Well, let's just say that he kind of said that he's like he was like I know you don't have a whip there, but if you ever find one, could be into that. So yeah, that was because that particular Ms. Balrog did not have a whip, so Gandalf he was the first one to suggest it for some reason. I don't know why. I don't know why. But we are going to hit a little bit more of a light on that ear, and then maybe on the hair. Then the crazy little crown thing over here that also could use a few more lights. So that was, yeah, you never really know somebody until you know them. And we thought we knew Gandalf, but I guess we didn't know Gandalf as well as we thought. What I do know is that I need to get a couple of more lights over here onto this thing and here. Not necessarily reflected light, but and then here too. Again, this one, the support nubs. There is a lot of them because this is basically it's a one-piece. Even the base, this entire thing is a one-piece print. So for the convenience of the one-piece print, you sort of pay a little bit of a price and some support nubs you're going to have to clean off. Oh, and Quiz, I hope that speaking of printing, yeah, I hope that you're looking forward to. Wow, you're going to be able to print off some really big stuff there. That's going to be fantastic. Now, I'm guessing you're probably not going to use that for terrain. Just well, I guess you could print out some vehicles. I mean, if I ever get any cubic set up, I'll try and. Oh, wait a minute. Let me. I didn't realize that Kathy is up here. Um, I don't know if Kathy needs some help with her medicine or not, because I can stop streaming here if you need some help with that. Do you need some help with your medicine? Because that's why I was still streaming, was so that I could help you with that. Okay. All right. So I think actually I might be signing off soon here, in a little bit, in about 10-15 minutes. It's gonna be weird seeing who is out there for rating possibilities. Um, Brush for hire. That would be hilarious. So I think that's where I should head off to is Brush for hire. So I think that is where we just might go. So yeah, Quiz, I think you could print out some of those. I got some vehicle files that I could try and send you. and you could print those out. They would probably be much easier on your large printer than me trying to print them in tiny little pieces, right? Oh, thanks, Manuel. Yeah, all of a sudden there was a Kathy standing outside the room, and I went, wait a minute. But I just realized that I don't think she was supposed to take her medicine till 7:30. So, but it is possible, and I guess well, Thranuel, this time probably works out pretty well for you because I'm guessing this is as much of a live stream as you've been able to catch in a heck of a long time, right? I think so. All right, we'll catch a couple of more lights on the ends of her fingers here. Yeah, Queez, and also too, it takes so long, right? It just you're tying up one printer for days. Like some of those vehicles, they took days to print because okay, there was a 5 hour, there was a 6 hour, there was the 8 hour print that had to be done, and of course, you're at the limits of what the small printer can do. Yeah, Thranio, I would just well, actually, the other thing too is that well, Kathy would really rather be streaming and hanging out with their friends and doing all that kind of stuff. And if she could do that, I'm sure that would just, well, it would make a big difference just in the frame of mind. So that's another kind of a nasty thing about this is that she can't do any of those things that she would ordinarily love to do. So yeah, I guess that's why I got surprised because I figured I would see her in the chat. So all of a sudden I was like, there's somebody standing outside there. Unless there's somebody that just broke into the house. That's got to be Kathy standing there. All right, I'm going to see if I can't chuck in a little bit of light right over here. Oh, that works. What's going on up there? I'm going to try and also solidify these areas because that's a little rough there still yet. Okay, that's a little better. That's a little bit better there. All right, so I think we've got that pretty well set. Yeah. What about here? That needs a little bit of something. Back to our lighter skin tone here. And Shazam. So, Quiz did definitely say hello to Megan for me. Obviously, I can send you guys some messages. But, yeah, there's a whole bunch of, well, there was the Lehman Russ and there was the Chimera files that I have, and there was some other ones that I wanted to get, but I just didn't because I didn't have the printer going yet. There's one that's basically like a Sherman tank version of a Lehman Russ, which is pretty nifty, I have to say. All right, that's working. That's working too. We've got our greens in here. How's about a quickie film noir? And again, pay attention to like the greens in the skin tone, the purples there, the turquoise there, and then some of the blues down here. We do this, we call it film noir, where we get rid of all the color. Tons of value. Value is great, but color contrast and color temperature contrast and intensity contrast, because some of these colors are more intense than others. And we'll bring it back. Bam, back to our violets. They're greens in the skin tones, right? Very important. Of course, we could have some more fun than we usually could in the skin tones as far as normally it's okay, a little bit of grayish green. Here we could kind of go bonkers and really step that up. Now here, like I said, this one in particular, you will have to deal with a lot of support nub. Thanks, Quiz. It's weird. I was looking for mermaid. Well, you can sort of see it on that one there. The one on the left, that little reference over there. It was weird because I was expecting to find a whole bunch of really nifty references to mermaids with all that nice turquoise on the skin and everything, and I wasn't seeing that at all. So what the heck's going on here? Did everybody just take down all the mermaid pictures for whatever reason? Okay, that's it. Some more here. These guys. No, I'm not going to hit any lights on those because otherwise we won't get that nice little transition like that. But boy, oh boy, this is going to be quite the surprise. Us being able to raid Brush for Hire, which is kind of funny because some of these colors, you see Brush for Hire doing an awful lot. So I guess it's appropriate to kind of continue the color scheme there into Brush for Hire stream. I do want to make sure that he's not doing like a stream battles thing or something like that when I go to raid though, because that's always inconvenient when that happens. But I think what I will head over that way because again I've got to do some maintenance here and get ready to give Kathy that her medicine and stuff. So I do want to say thanks to everybody who kept me coming. I really do appreciate it. This is a weird time for me to stream. So I appreciate everybody that kept me company. Appreciate all the bits, subs, and cheers, and of course all the folks that contributed to this here, Nixel and everybody. I just really appreciate that. Thank you so much. And Chrysalids, I appreciate that too. So we really are very grateful for all of you guys and all the support that you show us all the time. Now here I'm gonna get the raid countdown started because that takes a little while. It takes about 20 seconds or so. So we'll get that underway here. And we'll see. Like I said, who knows? I could be streaming at this time again. Oh, thanks, Bina. Appreciate the links too. Thank you so much. Here, let's make sure we got this ready to go here. So thanks again, everybody. Appreciate it. Here, let's see if that countdown is ready. Oh, thanks, Moe. Appreciate that.